I'm not getting unaliving threats. The majority of messages that I get is that people like to start their day with us because they feel like, the work that we do helps them stay informed. And then that is our mission. That's our commitment to you. So thank you for engaging with us. We really, really appreciate it. There is a gifting goal today to help that cause. Obviously, the more we do to help push it out to FYP, the more people can experience what I'm now being affectionately referred to as spicy pineapple. Make up your own mind. We listen. We do not judge. But from now, at least for the next couple of days, you can refer to me as spicy pineapple. If you know, you know. There is, like I said, there's a gifting goal today. We are also moving towards a new subscriber giveaway. Likely we'll be doing that on Friday. So if we can maintain our current subscriber count, so it's always nice to pick up between 5 and 10 new subs every day so that we can extend that. So this Friday, anybody who's an active subscriber, either here or over on FactsStillMatter.site, which is the merch store, you can subscribe over there. Also, while you're at Facts HQ, we are still raising money for our friends Brett and Nikki Cross to get the hell out of Uvalde. The first shirt that you'll see in the merch store is the one that's entitled "The Sound of Children Screaming Has Been Removed." You may recall that was video footage from what happened that day in Uvalde, and it was edited because, again, they didn't want people to know the truth. So any proceeds from the sale of that shirt between now and Friday, all those proceeds will go to Brett and Nikki. You can also support their GoFundMe, which is there. Brett's Cash App is also listed. So yes, great ways to support. Also, we are crowdfunded here. So if you want to support the channel, best way to do that is either through gifting, joining our team, or by using the various pay apps that are there. So again, thank you guys for being here. Really, really appreciate it. So when I don't sleep, my brain just fires. So what I want to get into today, and we'll talk about this a little once we cover off on the news, is does the left need a new identity? And there's been some things that have been shared with me. Thank you to Cookie for sharing a really cool little breakdown of what fascism is and how words matter and how the right has been able to co-opt things that they shouldn't be able to co-opt. The party that claims to protect kids when there are predators within their ranks, the party that claims to care about veterans when they cut benefits to the VA, the party that claims they're about bringing jobs back to America when they're the ones whose economic policies are causing jobs to leave. So it's like, with that being said, I do think there's an opportunity for the left to redefine itself, because I feel like there's been times when we spend a little bit too much time on culture wars, meaning the culture wars are initiated by the right, but we take the bait, and they kind of know we will. We have become our own little purity test, I guess. Like the left is looking for perfection, and if somebody makes a misstep, then it seems like we're just immediately kicking them out of the club. And I think that's a mistake. And I think there's ways that we can still address the things that matter by prioritizing human rights without being sucked into the culture war battle. So I'm going to go through that this morning. And I think that there's an opportunity. Again, it may be, some of the things I say may be controversial. And when I was working on it, I was like, yeah, these are a little controversial, but I think it's necessary. I think we have to have that conversation because I want to win elections. I want progressives ultimately to run this country. I want more women in positions of power, those kinds of things. I want a new tax code. Well, you guys know what I want. I want access to healthcare, affordable healthcare, and clean water and clean air and public education and all those things. But we can't get there if we still allow ourselves to take the bait, because they're baiting us, because why would they not? Because we continue to respond the way in which we are, right? So we know big picture that the things that they say they don't stand for. So we're at an interesting impasse, right, in our country. We've got one party led by the Trumpism that is 10 years old as of yesterday. One party led by lies, rhetoric, hate, dishonesty, and corruption, right, which is the right. And then we have the left, which doesn't seem to have a true, cohesive, or organized plan. It seems like the left has become reactionary to the things that the right has done. And I think that's something that we can own, right? We know that the left is choosing not to listen to progressive voices in their party. We know that the left has chosen not to, find cohesive leadership. Everybody's kind of looking, wanting to wait for the next thing that Mr. Trump says or the next thing that an elected Republican says, which you have to call it out, sure. But it creates this vacuum. I'm also going to voter because that is a thing, right? They estimate between 7 and 10% of Obama voters in 2012 flipped to Trump. So that's something that we can discuss, right? That's part of what I want to talk about for sort of redesigning the strategy from, or lack thereof, on the left. Oh, thank you guys for helping us with the gift goal. Let me reset that real quick. Okay, what should we do? Well, those are cool. I don't even know what that is. Okay, meerkat. Sure, we'll do the meerkat. All right. Again, thank you. Okay, so just a few things that I think we should cover first. The situation with the G7. So in case you haven't, the G7 is meeting in Canada. And what I think is really fascinating is there's been recent reporting, polling from nations around the world, and of course the right won't accept it because they'll say the reporting was broadcast on CNN. Well, it doesn't matter where the source is. It just doesn't matter because the right is going to say, unless it comes from Trump's mouth, they're not going to believe it. And even then, they'll say he was just being sarcastic or he was joking or that's part of his style. We got our restriction again, guys, so I really need your help with tapping. I appreciate that. I don't know what the hell's going on, but I seem to be the only one. Every single day I get a restriction no matter what we do or try. It happens, so I need your help. Anyway, the whole, the right, how do I want to say this? The right constantly accuses the left of fake news, etc. But the reality is the only thing that they believe is what comes out of the mouth of their right-wing echo chambers, even the voices that they've trusted in the past when they now are sort of in opposition on that topic. I found some sound from an interesting source. This is, what's his name? His name is, first, his name is Dave Smith. Dave Smith is a right wing. He is one of the leading voices on the right. He's always been very, I would say Dave's a little bit more libertarian. He has the ability. He's a smart guy. He has the ability to be relatively straight in his criticisms of both agendas, as he calls it. But he's done. He is done with the Trump movement, and I want to share this because he does have influence. The problem is, and then we're going to get into some really serious sort of divisions between what's happening in the party. And I'm going to play that sound from another creator who I really respect, the mod share with me this morning, from Oh That's Rich, about what he's seeing. We talked about this before, about how the divide that we're seeing in the right, and I'm going to get into how I want to fix the left, but that will come in a little bit. We talked about this before, like when we saw Elon's unceremonious departure from government, because there is a clear divide within the Republican Party currently. There is the Peter Thiel, J.D. Vance set, Elon Musk, and then there's MAGA, right? And they don't like each other, and they never really have. And it's almost like, but this is an example of something that the right does that the left doesn't. And this is maybe something we can learn. So they're going to coalesce behind the mission. They see the mission as different things. But the technos, like the Peter Thiel funded billionaire group, they see Donald Trump as a useless idiot. I should say a useful idiot to get them where they want. They see that. They will just do whatever they'll do whatever is necessary to attain and to retain power. That's their goal, right? They're pathetic, but. So, okay, Justin, yeah, the left are the worst, right? Okay. This is what's called critical thinking, Justin. We are going to identify some of the things on the left that should be fixed, but you would never do that because you're not courageous enough to address the things in your own party. But that's a different conversation. But you should stick around. And I know you're here because you come see me every day. Kiss, kiss, love, love. So there's that divide, right? So this is Dave Smith. He was on the Breaking Point podcast. And it's really interesting, especially now that we're talking about the Iran-Israel situation, and I'll update you guys on the latest that we have for that. But this sound, to me, was kind of fascinating.
Make no mistake about it. We are at war with Iran right now. The United States of America is. Donald Trump has betrayed MAGA, betrayed America first. He has made the most disastrous decision to lead America into another war. Mm-hmm. Donald Trump telling him to come back to the negotiating table now is a joke. Yeah. I mean, what a impotent leader to be sitting there talking about coming back to the negotiating table. It's like sitting after Pearl Harbor and telling FDR, now's the time to go negotiate with the Japanese. Right. Negotiations are over now. The time for negotiations was before this. And so, yeah, Donald Trump looks, and man, I supported him this last year. I apologize for doing so. It was a bad calculation. At the time, it seemed like the right one. But he should be impeached and removed for this one, and not on some not on some ridiculous Nancy Pelosi. Of course, the Congress will never do it because they're all a bunch of corrupt hacks.
This is the one thing they support. This is
Donald Trump should be impeached and removed for this. All of his supporters should turn on him. It's the absolute betrayal of everything that he ran and campaigned on and everything that he stood for. And I will say, despite the fact that, Donald Trump supporters have been labeled like a cult following, and that certainly is true for a percentage of his supporters, he is going to lose his coalition over this. I know I don't just speak for myself, but I say there are a lot of us who simply will not go along with this.
It's Dave Smith. So you heard it, right? And I think this speaks to what we should be talking about here, right? About how we can't deny, and I know people like Justin would never admit it, but there is a large chunk of voters, as we've seen, who are absolutely in a cult. There's no denying that, and that's not intended to be controversial and or hyperbolic, but there's no other way you can describe it. It doesn't matter what he does or says, they will just believe it. When he does something that doesn't agree with what he told them initially, they'll just come up with an excuse. Case in point, no new wars, and here we are. Case in point, we've already seen it. This was I literally was again not sleeping. So when you're up in the middle of the night and you're working on rebuilding the Democratic platform, you're also scrolling TikTok to see what other people are talking about. And there are still people who live in these right-wing spaces who are attempting to blame the situation, what's happening in Israel and Iran, on Joe Biden. It's Biden's fault. So now Trump's going to come in and fix it. It's playing the game, is what they're talking about. I mean, I listen to them talk, and there's times that I request, and they don't let me. I even come up in my secret backup, and I'll change my voice, and I'll still try to. And I can't resist by calling out their bullshit. But it's just it's mind-boggling to me, right? That no matter what he does or says, there's that element of loyalty, good or bad. We've talked about this before, about how the right falls in line while the left falls in love. And I think that's part of what I want to discuss as we get a little bit deeper into this conversation today. But again, guys, please continue to like and share the live. Tapping is clapping, sharing is caring. Don't forget, we are crowdfunded here. So if you want to support the channel, you can do so with my pay apps, PayPal included. Also, please consider subscribing, and don't forget about our gifting goal. We just reset that. So, and also on YouTube, are we on? Yes, we are. On YouTube, guys, we have these things called super chats that I just learned about recently. So if I miss one, I apologize. Please, if you guys wouldn't mind heading over to YouTube at some point and subscribing over there. Also, by the way, I just yesterday created, thank you. Look at the meerkat. I love that. I just created an account on Twitch. We are looking to expand our social footprint, want to stream on more platforms. So I'm still building it up. I literally just made sure I could secure the username, which I did, under the same name. All my socials will be FactsStillMatter. So more to come on that as we simulcast. Whew. Everybody calm down. I know facts and tech. Spicy pineapple and tech. I don't want to blow the world up. Like I don't want to literally kick the plug out of the wall and have the entire internet come crashing down, because that's what it feels like sometimes when I'm trying to take on tech. Anyway, another argument is the gas price thing. Promised that they would end inflation. Of course, we all knew going in. We all understand that. We know that gas prices. This is from the EIA, the same agency that reports it every single year. End of January of this year, gas was $3.19 a gallon nationally. End of May, it was $3.27. So gas has gone up, and you think it's gone up now? You wait. You just wait because of the situation in Iran. You just wait. There will be some way that they will spin this. So inflation is looking good, libs. Inflation is, everybody, oh, Justin, my guy, dude, okay. Inflation is looking good, libs. Your boy told you he was going to end inflation. So thank you for proving my point Exactly, Justin. It doesn't matter what he says or does. You will just believe it. You will just believe it, Justin. Now, why is that? So, Justin, you know what? I'm going to give you an opportunity. I see you requested. I'm going to give you an opportunity to talk to me. I would like to see if it's possible for you to have an objective conversation. Let's see how it goes. Okay? Good morning, Justin. Good morning. How are you? How are you? How are you?
Can you hear me?
I can, yes.
Oh, yeah, I'm great.
So can we have an objective conversation?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so do you have the ability to be critical and provide feedback to what you were told from Mr. Trump to what is happening now?
Absolutely.
Okay, so he told you no new wars.
Sorry.
So what's happening in the Middle East currently?
Yeah, so Israel made a decision while Trump was negotiating with Iran, and I don't know what you can say on this, but they created a problem. Right now...
So, well, that's not the question I asked. That's not the question I asked. The question I asked you is that you were promised there would be no new wars. So now that there are, does Mr. Trump hold any responsibility?
We're not in a war. Okay.
Again, it's not a question of whether or not. Hold on. We were also not in Ukraine, and that was the criticism that you gave us for 4 years. So what he said was, and we're funding Israel. So let's have that conversation. I'm asking you to be objective. So you're proving the point that you can't be. It was not a question of whether I'm not done talking. The point is that the promise that you were told, one of the things that you guys said you voted for, whether it be, I'll use you as a general person at this point, had said that I'm voting for Trump because I don't want no new wars. Joe Biden's going to lead us into World War III. Kamala Harris, this and that. So again, be objective. Does Mr. Trump hold any responsibility for what's happening currently in Israel, between Israel and Iran? Any responsibility at all? It's hard to be objective. I know.
No. I'm trying to really think about it right now.
Okay.
I'm sure
the reason I'm asking that is because for 4 years, and you know you're part of this as well, you blamed Joe Biden for what happened in Ukraine, between Ukraine and Russia, between Israel and Palestine. So you blamed him for that. So I am asking you if you can be objective. Does Mr. Trump hold any responsibility for what's happening currently, especially since he told you there will be no more wars?
Well, you mentioned
I'm not done. That I will end the war between Russia and Ukraine. He's not done that. In fact, he's backed away. That he will tell Iran to stop. That he will tell Israel to stop. None of those things have happened. So can you be objective?
Yeah, so you mentioned Joe Biden, right?
We're not talking about Joe Biden. We're talking about Donald Trump.
But you mentioned him, right? So,
no, we're talking about Trump. No, I was talking about what you said about Biden for 4 years. I am asking you.
Did I say that?
Okay, I didn't. I said I'm going to use you as a general. People who support Trump said that for 4 years. I'm asking you specifically. We're not talking about Biden. What about Biden? We're not talking about him. We're talking about Trump. I am asking you specifically, and I'll say it again. Does he hold any responsibility, and can you hold him accountable for what is currently happening between Iran and Israel?
Obviously, as the President of the United States, there is some responsibility in anything that happens around the world.
Okay,
however,
so can you be critical? Can you be critical?
However,
but did he or did he not promise you that he was going to end the war between Russia and Ukraine? Let's take it one at a time. Did he not promise that?
Absolutely, he did say that. And
okay,
I think
did he also say that under me, because of my leadership in the world, there will be no new wars? Did he not also say that, Justin?
Yeah, but I think you're taking it out of context.
So here we are.
You're taking it out of context.
Well, again, though. I'm not taking it out of context. I'm just taking from the words that he has said. He said that his relationship with Putin would allow him to end the war in 24 hours before I take the Oval Office. That didn't happen. Similarly, the situation between Israel and Palestine. Now here we are with Iran and Israel. So is it that he's just not as strong as he thinks he is? I am just asking you to be objective, and I don't think you can.
I'm trying, but you're just talking. You won't let me answer with more than 3 words.
We're not talking about Biden.
It's not so black and white. Well, you don't want to talk about Biden, but it does matter. But anyway,
we're not talking about Biden. We're not talking about Biden. We're talking about Trump.
All this started just when Trump took office. This is long-standing situation.
So then you can't be objective.
No, I am, but it's not just so black and white. It's like not Trump comes in and then all of a sudden these problems didn't happen previously. These things have been festering for a long time.
I understand that, but that's why. But what was it that he told you? I'm asking you for a second.
No new wars. He did say that. He did say that.
Right, he did. And he did. And that he would end the war. Right, that he would end the war in Ukraine. Right, he said that. Right.
Yes. And he did bring Zelensky, and Zelensky didn't like the deal that was presented to him. So
why should Zelensky have to give anything? He's the country that was invaded.
Again, it takes 2 people, right? Or it takes 2 parties to agreement.
Why did you bring up Zelensky? So do you think Russia's invasion of Ukraine was legitimate?
No, absolutely not. But that happened before even Trump was in office. So it is a problem. I think he's trying his best to stop them. I don't think you can genuinely say, he does not want wars. I mean, Trump is not a warmonger. He is not about that.
Really?
He does. He is hyperbolic, but he's always asking for peace. Every time I read his tweets, he's always saying, come to the negotiation table. Let's do this peace deal. We don't need any more unalive people.
So your source of Donald Trump wanting peace is Donald Trump?
I take it from his tweets, and then I take it from.
Do you see how ridiculous that sounds?
Well, he sends people. Look, he sent people to negotiate with Iran. He sent people to negotiate with Russia and Ukraine. So it's not like he's.
So maybe he's not a very good leader.
Provocative on this. He's trying.
Maybe he's not a very good leader, but maybe he's just not a very good leader. Maybe he's not as tough as you think he is.
Who are we comparing him to?
He's the president, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, he's the president. So. Again, if you were going to be critical, and again, I'm using you as the collective, okay? So you're the face of MAGA right at this moment.
I'm never going to vote for Trump again, so there you go. So I'm not the face of MAGA.
Great.
We move on from him.
That's great. Years. Okay, great. But this is for the purposes of this conversation, just humor me, okay? Yep. So for 4 years, all we heard was it was Joe Biden's fault. What happened on October 7th? It was Joe Biden's fault. It was Joe Biden's fault that Russia invaded Ukraine. Now, there was no justification for any of that. It was just hyperbole coming from the White House. So if you're going to use the same rhetoric, you got to apply the same thing to Donald Trump.
Well, it's Donald Trump's.
Hold on. Let me finish my point. You have to use the same argument. We're not going to pivot. Don't go to Obama. Stay on this topic, okay? Got to use the same argument that it's Donald Trump's fault that the war in Ukraine has not ended yet. He said it was going to. It's Donald Trump's fault that Iran and Israel are on the brink of World War III. You've got to be objective. So I'm asking you, can you be objective and say, all right, well, if you're right, facts, you're right. I mean, spicy pineapple. You're right, spicy pineapple, because for 4 years, that's all that MAGA said. We blamed Biden for this. Therefore, you've got to blame Trump for this too. Why is that so hard?
So I actually push it back to Obama. I think originally when they took over Crimea. However,
I'm not talking about Obama.
Yes, Trump does have. Yeah, no, but it's not just. It just didn't just start with.
We
Trump.
Can go back before Obama, though, my guy.
Absolutely. So
we can go way back.
But I do like how he's reacted so far.
How has he reacted?
Israel has been pushing to get us involved, and he's not done that yet. So I'm happy the way he's handling it right now.
Sending the Navy in, so expanding our footprint, the Navy being, expanded access. We've increased our presence in the area. So you think that's okay?
As long as we are not.
You see what I mean? You can't be objective.
But why shouldn't we have there to protect our interests over there? If Iran decides to do something.
Because the point is, man, the point is that what you were told he's doing, he was not going to do. That's my point. This is why you can't be objective. You should be pissed off.
Did I
promised you He promised you we would not be in any there'd be no new wars. He promised you he was going to end the war between Russia and Ukraine. He promised none of that has happened. He promised you he was going to end inflation. None of that has happened.
Inflation is in a good spot right now.
No, he promised you he was going to end it.
Yeah,
he promised you he was going to end it.
And the inflation that was happening over the last 4 years. He left with 1.9. We're at 2.4 right now. We're right in target.
My guy, he promised you he was going to end inflation. You can't compare the inflation now to what it was at the height of 2022 and it was 9%. You can't compare that. That was post-COVID. We had the best recovery in the world. He said he was going to end it. See, Justin, you're proving my point. You can't be...
The Fed wants us to be right where we are at now.
It was already that under Biden, my guy. It was already that under Biden. What was the inflation rate in December?
The last 4 years?
What was the inflation rate in December?
Do you know it? Because I don't want to have to look it up.
I do.
It'll take me a minute. Okay, what is it? I do.
2.4%.
Okay, so we're right in line, even with the tariffs on. Because
hold on a second. Wait. Hold on. Did Donald Trump bring inflation down to 2.4%?
He maintained it at 2.4 with tariffs on, which you guys said were going to destroy inflation. Through the roof. Listen. I know you wanted to pivot away from the whole because you can't be objective. So because you brought it up. What specifically though, the promises that he made. Here's the thing. This is the thing, man. All right. We know the impact of inflation. We've already seen it tick up. It ticked up a 0.1% from April to May. Okay, we know it's going to continue to climb because don't forget there was a period of time, or it was about a month where there was no goods coming in to ports across the country. We saw images. We heard longshoremen talk about it, how jobs were cut because they had no ships to unload. So the expectation is we're going to see a bump when the inflation numbers come out next month, based on that time, because it's a lag indicator. What month are we going to see inflation bump?
They say July, August, September. We've already seen it bump. It's bumped from April to May. We've already seen it.
So you know how much revenue we brought in through tariffs? I thought you guys want to tax corporation. That's the other thing I'm so confused about.
Okay, so revenue from so let's talk about this for a second. So revenue that we brought in from tariffs, who pays the tariff?
The importer. Well, it's actually two things, because you got to look at the PPI and the CPI, right? So
no,
PPI,
that's not the question. Justin, I am being honest. I'm asking you to be honest. Who pays the tariff?
So manufacturers will eat some of that cost, which they have, because you can look at the PPI, but the importer ultimately pays
the consumer.
No, the consumer doesn't. No, incorrect. And I'll explain why.
The consumer does not?
No, they do not. Okay. And I'll explain why.
Justin,
give me
hold on a second.
10 seconds to explain it.
No, stop. Just stop for a second. I just want to make sure that what you're claiming is consumers don't pay the tariff, is what you're claiming.
Based on the CPI report and the PPI, they are not.
I'm not talking about CPI. I'm talking about logic.
But that is my whole point. You want to raise taxes on corporations. If you do that, they're going to pass that on to the consumer. But the fact of the matter is, why aren't they passing those tariffs on to the consumer?
Because as I just explained to you, we've already so when Walmart, when Amazon wants to add a price adjustment on their products, when Target, when big box stores have announced to their shareholders that due to tariffs we will be raising our prices, is that just fantasy?
Well, wouldn't they do the same thing if you raise taxes on them?
That's not the question I asked you.
No,
that's not the question I asked.
But so
that's not the question I asked. Justin, hold on. That's not the question I asked.
They haven't yet. That's what I'm saying.
They have, though.
Well, based on the CPI, they haven't.
No, you're wrong about that. We've got numerous sectors where prices have already gone up. We've already seen it. So this is what I mean. You can't be objective. You're proving my point.
No, you can pick and choose out of the CPI if you want, but the overall CPI is within line, and so they really aren't. If they were, you would see a higher CPI.
So are you talking about the Laffer curve, my guy?
Yes. Well, I'm talking primarily just looking at the overall CPI.
It's because you're an idiot. Oh, my God. I didn't need that first thing in the morning. But I think proving my point that you can't be objective. So for people who want to refer to the Laffer curve, this is what the right is using. Even Scott Bessent sits in the floor of a committee and discusses it and says, the Laffer curve is this fictional justification for why it's okay that consumers pay more taxes. It's just nuts. Dude, just do better, okay? Just do better. Just spend a little bit of time researching and get out of your bubble. Don't forget, I asked him when the conversation started if he could just be objective. That's all. Just be objective. And he said that he could. He proved that he can't. You're just wrong, Justin. You're just wrong. And in an effort to try to make things different, you just... hold on a second. I'm just going to...
Fat, drunk, and stupid is no way to go through life, son.
Yeah, that's right. Hold on a second. All right. Hold on. Good morning, Erica.
Well, good morning. I just wanted to show you something because I feel like Justin is the guy that I spoke to yesterday. And I showed him the CPI, which is here. That very much looks like it's going up to me.
Hold on, let me you're feeding back.
Oh.
I can't change the box. Here we go. Hold on a second. I need that to move. Hold on a second. All right, here we go. Yeah. I wasn't even, it wasn't even necessary to go there, but yeah, there you go. Right? It's the CPI. It's increasing, and you'll notice the start date. It's been increasing pretty much significantly since the beginning of the presidency, but doesn't matter. Yeah.
And then he pivoted yesterday to the CPI with regards to specific items. So we pretty much proved him wrong on that as well. So he just doesn't know what he's talking about. He's going around making claims that he can't back up with any evidence. So I just wanted to let you know.
He doesn't care. No, I appreciate you very much. Yeah.
You're more than welcome. But
thank you.
You're welcome. I have to teach humans now. So have a lovely day.
You too. See you later. Bye. The Justins of the world. I know it's difficult, but just be objective. I mean, it's really all we want. Is it a lot to ask? Did you guys just be a little objective? The Laffer curve, by the way, illustrates the relationship between the tax rates and government revenue, suggesting that there's an optimal tax rate that maximizes revenue. Initially, as tax rates increase, revenue also increases. However, beyond a certain point, further tax increases can actually decrease revenue due to reduced economic activity and incentives to work or invest. The Laffer curve has been debunked as a rational and practical theory, and oftentimes it only comes up. That's why I asked him the question. Oftentimes it only comes up when they're getting dunked on. So yes, we know the CPI continues to go up. Thank you, Erica. We know that the inflation rate has ticked up. Again, thank you, data. It's just unfortunate. You had an opportunity. Really sorry about that. Good morning. I don't know how to pronounce your username. What's your username? What can I call you, Fred? Good morning. LLEDOJ 561. Good morning. Okay. Everyone, please keep tapping. Ray Rain, how are you this morning? Ray Rain, are you there? I think everybody's just been having the crazy fingers this morning. But yeah. Well, sorry about that. Crazy fingers. Hit the wrong button. Anywho, objectivity is the goal here. I don't think it's a lot to ask for people to be willing to be objective, but when you live in the world of cognitive dissonance and you are just constantly seeking confirmation bias to support your issues when you're wrong, that's problematic. So, okay. So, I wanted to get into a couple of things today to kind of help sort of frame what it is that I want to discuss. The latest from the Iran-Israel situation. Intensified hostilities. We know that they've gone back and forth. So Iran has launched its 9th wave of drone attacks on Israel, targeting military and media infrastructure. In response, Israel has conducted extreme airstrikes on Iranian missile facilities and command centers, marking a significant escalation. U.S. military response. U.S. has increased its military presence in the region. So again, Justin, you're wrong. Deploying B-2 bombers and aircraft carriers. President Trump has urged the immediate evacuation of Tehran, citing the proximity of Iran to acquiring nuclear weapons. President Trump is reportedly preparing to offer Iran a final opportunity to accept a nuclear agreement demanding cessation of uranium enrichment. The proposal comes amid ongoing Israeli airstrikes on Iran's nuclear sites. Advanced military capabilities include Iran has unveiled the Qassam Basir, a new medium-range ballistic missile with enhanced guidance systems, signaling its continued advancements in missile technology. Iran is experiencing a severe gasoline crisis due to a shortfall in refining capacity and increased domestic consumption. This has led to long queues at fuel stations and heightened public frustration. Nationwide strikes in May. Truck drivers initiated a nationwide strike in Iran, protesting rising fuel prices, including insurance premiums and poor road conditions. The strike has spread to over 150 cities, disrupting supply chains and drawing support from various society groups. Russian mediation efforts. Russia's expressed readiness to mediate the Iran-Israel conflict and is open to reviving its proposal to store Iran's enriched uranium on Russian territory, aiming to mitigate tensions. I don't know how that's going to go over. The Women Life Freedom protests, which began in 2022, continue to challenge the Iranian regime. In February 2025, activists altered traffic signs in Tehran, Karaj, and Hamadan as a symbolic act of defiance, representing broader dissent against government repression. In January 2025, 2 senior Iranian judges were assassinated in Tehran, highlighting internal instability and potential fractures within the judiciary. Iran, Russia, and China have conducted joint naval exercises in the Gulf of Oman, signaling strengthened military cooperation among the 3 nations and challenging U.S. influence in the region. President Trump's administration has adopted a hardline stance toward Iran, emphasizing military readiness and diplomatic pressure. U.S. has also withdrawn from the G7 summit, citing the need to address the Iran crisis. So it's not good, right? I mean, I don't think there's anybody that would want Iran to have nuclear capabilities, but we have this. So part of what Bibi Netanyahu, that war criminal, has gone out publicly and saying, so our weaponry, our advanced weapons systems allows us to pinpoint our strikes, right? Allows us to pinpoint our strikes to military infrastructure and whatever else it may be in Tehran. But apparently they didn't have that capability when it came to Gaza, right? So apparently they either do or they don't. So they have the ability to pinpoint precision strikes with all of a sudden, but suddenly they have that capability and that they didn't have it when. So listen, I don't trust Bibi Netanyahu. I feel horrible for the Israeli people, but Bibi Netanyahu is a war criminal. And I think that he's played Mr. Trump to try to get the U.S. involved, so the U.S. would continue to support Israel in their efforts to whatever it is that they have planned. But this situation is really volatile. And do we trust the leadership that is in the current administration? Do we think that Marco Rubio or Pete Hegseth or Stephen Miller or Donald Trump or J.D. Vance have the ability to solve this problem diplomatically? No. What we get are things like this. Everybody, please keep tapping. Don't be a Justin. Thank you. It says, I have not reached out to Iran. This was 2 hours ago. I have not reached out to Iran for peace talks in any way, shape, or form. My point exactly. This is just more highly fabricated fake news. So you don't want people to think that you're trying to solve this problem diplomatically? What the fuck is wrong with you, dude? If they want to talk, they know how to reach me. They should have taken the deal that was on the table, would have saved a lot of lives. Okay. Publicity-seeking President Emmanuel Macron, so he's really obsessed with President Macron of France, mistakenly said that I left the G7 summit in Canada to go back to D.C. to work on a ceasefire between Israel and Iran. Wrong. He has no idea why I'm now on my way to Washington, but it certainly has nothing to do with a ceasefire. Much bigger than that. Whether purposely or not, Emmanuel always gets it wrong. Stay tuned. America first means many great things, including the fact that Iran cannot, all caps, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, make America great again. Somebody please explain to Kooky Tucker Carlson that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. So, like, okay. Again, one of the selling points that Trump gave his base was peace through strength. Okay? So if we're at that point now, peace through strength should be a benchmark in diplomatic resolution of conflict. But the Trump administration is incapable of thinking that way because that's not what they want. And for somebody like Justin to think that the president does not wants peace, he is highly leveraged and or supported by the military industrial complex. So he absolutely has no issues putting us into a conflict. None whatsoever. None whatsoever. My quest is to find some courageous Trump supporter who can be objective. Just to say, yeah, this is what he promised, and I'm not getting that. I like the guy. I liked his stuff. I like this. I like that. I don't believe in this. I don't believe in that. But he did promise me no new wars. He did promise me that he would end the conflict. He did promise me that he would end inflation. Stop pivoting around it and just address the issue. If he didn't do these things, then hold him accountable. Well, you know, I mean, factors. You know, the dew point was too high, or he couldn't find his left sock, or the makeup was too tight, or the Ozempic shot didn't get delivered in time. It's impossible for you guys to be objective. And that's unfortunate because you could learn something. You know, classes in session here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 till noon. You could learn something if you tried. Hey, Fish, how you doing, buddy?
Good morning, all. I'm sitting here in Arizona, of all places, getting ready to head into the Los Angeles area to deliver. But I just wanted to, I was going to make a video yesterday, but it's just kind of, I don't know. The deal making thing, he's not a deal maker. He keeps saying,
no, of course not.
He hasn't made a deal this year. I'm sorry, since he's been in office. He literally has not made one deal. He said, he keeps talking about these deals, and as soon as Israel attacked Iran, he went out on True Social, and he said, you know what? I can do this. I need to make this deal. You know, here's what needs to happen, and I'm going to do this. And everyone got behind him that follows him, but he hasn't made a freaking deal.
Because he's incapable. Because he's incapable of making deals. So think about the deal. The deals that he makes are to create these myths of like these investments, like invest in Trump University, invest in Trump Airlines, invest in Trump Water. Then he pulls the money out, whatever money's there from these investors, and lets the business crash, lets the business become bankrupt. That's his method. Think about what he's doing right now with the new Trump Mobile. I mean, idiots are going to invest, and he'll just pull the money out, and he'll blame somebody else. Crypto, it doesn't matter. This is why we need to shift the conversation away from their nonsense, and I'm guilty of it too. But I have a plan. So
all right, I'm going to drop and listen to it.
All right, buddy. I appreciate you.
Later,
Talk to you later.
I love you all. Bye.
What are you doing? See you later. So. Before I get into the plan, I want to just address just a couple of things specifically as it relates to the conversation that we just had previously. Everybody should know by now that it doesn't matter. This is sound like a broken record. You guys are the smartest chat on TikTok, so you'll know this. It doesn't matter what the data is. None of that matters. We know that. So what I'm hoping that we can do as part of this conversation today is reframe the argument so that we don't have to engage in that nonsense. In fact, I agree. Thank you, Rebecca. We have an opportunity to use the things that they say about the left, they being the right, and throw it right back in their face. Right back in their face. And that's part of what my strategy. I should be selling this shit. I shouldn't be doing it for free, but whatever. that's kind of what I think we have the ability to do. Before I do that, though, I just want to play some sound of a couple of things. If you guys don't know the creator, Oh, That's Rich, I think he's great. I really love his work. I've been a fan for a long time. I'm going to play this sound that this video that he posted. And this kind of says a lot about what it is that we were just talking about how there's these clear divisions within the right. There's the Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, JD Vance wing, and then there's the MAGA wing, right? So I like this breakdown, so I'll play this for you guys and we can talk about it.
So there's some pretty major news, and it's got MAGA going full meltdown. But I'm going to show you how it's a crack that actually runs much deeper than you might originally think. That's because there are two camps in the Trump White House. And this brand new database that was announced with a tech company called Palantir is a wedge that could split the crack into a canyon. First, you've got the techno-fascist camp with JD Vance. That includes Elon Musk, the Doggy Boys, Russell Vought, all the tech bros backing him like Peter Thiel and Mark Andreessen, and of course their spiritual advisor, Curtis Yarvin. And you have the Trump camp with people like Stephen Bannon, Stephen Miller, Pete Hegseth, Kaka Caroline, Jigsaw, Linda McMahon, and RFK Jr. First, you have to understand these camps hate each other. That's because in the Vance camp, you've got calculated zealots funded by tech billionaires, and the Trump camp is the opposite. He runs a patrimonial government, which is a government based on loyalty and favors. That's why he's surrounded by reality TV dropouts and D-list movie stars. And they don't understand anything that's happening in the Vance camp. But because they would be irrelevant without the Trump dynasty, they prioritize their loyalty to him over everything else. And they will backstab whomever is required in the process. So this is already a fragile situation, but the Palantir deal puts pressure on the fracture for a couple of key reasons. First, the Vance side doesn't care about being popular. They just want data visibility into our lives so they can control whatever they can. This is a crusade to them, and they have no loyalty to each other or to Trump. They are loyal only to their shared mission. Now, Trump wants the data for deportations, because you may have heard Palantir became famous because they helped us find the notorious OBL, and hiring a private company that uses data to find people is exactly on brand for Trump. But with everything else, it's honestly the opposite for Trump. He is not a principled or efficient person, and he cares more about loyalty to him than any mission. His only priority as a president is to look powerful, which means flashy, extravagant bullshit like military parades and gold statues. Now, this is the important part. These two different approaches are fundamentally incompatible with each other.
Exactly.
Because one is about rigid principled efficiency and the other is about lavish excess. These two factions are going to collide. And spoiler alert, the Trump faction is going to win. Because while everyone says they want efficiency, it's a completely different conversation to tell a Republican voter to turn over their personal data so the government can monitor everything they do. So in this case, the MAGA tinfoil hats are working in our favor. They see a massive conspiracy with the Palantir deal, and it's gone so far that some major MAGA voices on social media are saying that
Dave
Trump
Smith,
betrayed
like I played earlier.
For me, this isn't about Palantir or big tech. Big story here is the pressure it's going to put on the dysfunctional coalition in the White House. Coalition that is going to continue to have to battle these bad ideas and the bad headlines they generate. That in the process will ultimately distract the spotlight from him. As this plays out, you have to remember none of this happens in a vacuum. Just like we saw with Doge, these are just all bad ideas. Keyboard warriors blogging about reinventing the country, that's easy. But reinventing the country is insanely difficult. And the good news for Democrats is that all of this is playing out on Trump's watch, backfiring in their collective faces and causing rifts and divisions within the Trump world, forcing everyone to choose their loyalties and reminding us for the billionth time why we don't elect Republicans to do Democrats' jobs.
So that's the creator, OHH. That's Rich. He's a mutual. I think he's great. I love. He says things that my brain thinks about too, and just the way he does it, it's just great. And he's right. Like we discussed, we've talked about this before, right? About how there's this clear divide, and the advantage that the right has always had is unity. Right? They've been able to keep people in once they indoctrinate them, like literally, once they indoctrinate them and they pull them into the tent, they're able to keep them there. This fracture, I think, will work against that because there are two clear camps. There is, don't forget that it's a bit of a symbiotic relationship in a strange way anyway, because for the tech bros, you know, the Peter Thiels, the Elon Musks and that group, they needed the useful idiot, which is Trump, because he has the ability to galvanize his base, meaning that they need him to draw on their voters, right? So that they can ultimately get their movement. Because JD Vance cannot win an election. He is pitiful, which is part of this whole conversation that I did a video about this. Is this a strategy, right? Is are these little things here and there when you start to see creators like Dave Smith and when you start to see other loud right-wing voices like Tucker and things like that providing cover for elected members of Congress to either support the 25th Amendment to have him removed from office or support impeachment. And I say that because if the strategy is for the tech bros to have J.D. Vance in the White House, they can't do it through the election because he just will not win. He is just ridiculously unpopular. Even within the MAGA circles, he's horribly unpopular. So the only way to get him into power would be to get Trump out. Now, I don't want to create conspiracy theories. I'm not suggesting that, but I think that's probably the game here. And it may have been the game all along. Because not only is Trump just losing popularity within his own base, but he is just not respected anywhere. And the techno bros understand that if we continue to alienate our allies, then that's going to affect our bottom line. So like I say to you guys every single day, follow the money. And that's kind of where we're at. I see Eve in the chat. I'm going to bring her up so we can be blessed by Eve's awesomeness, because that's what it is. Let's be real. By the way, we can also add to the list of superlatives for Eve, freedom fighter, standing out in front of the White House with her FDT sign. So thank you for that, friend. I appreciate you very much.
Oh, yeah. I had to make some friends while I was there.
Of course you did.
Yeah. Well, good morning. We have a special edition courtesy of our friend Scotty Too Hottie for My Toddy, who has written a lovely PTSD awareness mod announcement edition. So I'm going to go. Yeah. So in honor of Men's Mental Health Awareness Month, let's get it going. Good morning. Welcome to the Facts Still Matter Live, where the truth isn't loud, it's healing. This space isn't bubble wrapped, it's built with care. For those who carry memories like battle scars, who flinch at fireworks, who wake up sweating from things they never asked to see. PTSD isn't a weakness, it's a reaction to surviving the unimaginable. And here, you don't have to explain it. We see you. So tap that screen like you're giving yourself permission to feel. Flood the hearts for every survivor who kept going, even when their mind tried to convince them to stop. Share the live like it's a lifeline, because it just might be. Gift goals are up, but not to chase clout. They're here to keep the conversation alive in a world that tells too many to suffer in silence. So whether you're a veteran, a survivor, a responder, or someone who's simply trying to make sense of what happened, your story matters here. Head on over to FactsStillMatter.site, where subscribers get 10% off your order, because raising awareness should never come at the cost of your dignity. And check out the merch. It's for folks who've been through the fire and are still standing, for those who wear invisible wounds, for the quiet warriors who smile in public but break down alone. Guess what? You're not alone anymore. And y'all remember the Sound of Silence Has Been Removed t-shirt is available. It's the first item in the merch store. Proceeds go directly to assist our friends Brett and Nikki Cross. You can also donate directly with pay apps in the link tree of Steve's bio. Remember that Steve is crowdfunded, y'all, and he does this show for 20 hours plus a week. It's a lot of work, so show your love if you can. Please, we encourage you to do so. Hit that YouTube like it's a moment of truth that you're reclaiming. Join the Discord, link is also in the bio, where we hold space for real talk, the raw days, and slow healing. It's not therapy, but it's a connection, and sometimes that's a damn good place to start. For the trolls or loudmouths who treat trauma like it's a punchline, don't even bother, because the mods are here and we protect this space like it's our own peace of mind. So if you're here to listen, grow, or lift someone up, you're exactly where you belong, baby. Because in this space, scars are honored, pain is real, and healing, however messy, is well respected. And to every survivor, you are strong, even when you don't feel it. You're brave, even when you're shaking. And you're loved, even when your mind tells you otherwise. So breathe deep, stay with us, and know you're not broken. You're just you. Where feelings can be felt and survival is a badge that you never, ever have to hide. And always remember to have a fuck your feelings kind of day.
Damn. Scotty for the win, and Eve for that amazing delivery. Thank you both so very, very much. I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Thank you, Scotty.
Whee!
I love you, friend. Talk to you later. Okay. Yes. All right. So as we were talking about how, we need to shift away, I want to be careful how I say this. There are things that the right does on the daily that they accuse the left of doing, and they do it by design because they know that they are hot button issues and we will always come out and defend. And rightly so. When people are being accused of things that is just not true, like, indoctrination from the trans community, or when President Trump says this on his True Social, when he says, okay, every day, the brave men and women of ICE are subjected to violence, harassment, and even threats from radical Democrat politicians. But nothing will stop us from executing our mission and fulfilling our mandate to the American people. ICE officers are herewith ordered by notice of this truth to do all in their power to achieve the very important goal of delivering the single mass deportation program in history. In order to achieve this, we must expand efforts for these and other such cities, New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, where millions upon millions of illegal aliens reside. These and other such cities are the core of Democrat power, where they use illegal aliens to expand their voter base, cheat in elections, and grow the welfare state, robbing good-paying jobs and benefits from hardworking American citizens. These radical left Democrats are sick of mind, hate our country, and actually want to destroy our inner cities. And they are doing a good job of it. There is something wrong with them. That is why they believe in open borders, transgender for everybody, and men playing in women's sports. Okay? That is disgusting. Obviously, it is so pathetic. And then the right then says the left are the ones that are instigating and initiating political violence. So I'm gonna two stories quickly, and then I'm gonna get into our topic today. So again, based on the words that are uttered by the president, many people in his spaces, because they only get their news from True Social, or even better said, they will only believe the things that Mr. Trump tells them. Like, they don't believe the fact that you are safer in a community of undocumented immigrants than you are with cis white hetero men. That you're safer at a drag show than you are in a pew at church. That you're safer in a community of diversity than you are in some Christian conservative households. Because the data does not support their argument. Case in point, Republican in South Carolina arrested R.J. May, who used screen name Joe Biden 69, charged with 10 counts in order to remain in jail until his trial. Republican member of the South Carolina State House, who prosecutors say used the screen name Joe Biden and 69, has been arrested and charged with 10 counts of distributing sexual abuse material involving children. R.J. May was arrested at his Lexington County home after a lengthy investigation was ordered on Thursday by a federal judge to remain in jail until his trial. The three-term Republican, conservative, family values, moral compass guy, three-term Republican, is accused of using Joe Biden 69, his screen name, to exchange 220 files of toddlers and young children involved in Schmex acts on the KIK social media network for about 5 days in the spring of 2024, according to court documents that graphically detailed the videos. During that time frame, Joe Biden was in the final year of his presidency before May's fellow Republican Donald Trump won the November 2024 election to return to the White House. Each charge against May carries a 5 to 20-year prison sentence upon conviction. Prosecutors suggested May could spend more than a decade in prison if found guilty. The files at the center of the case were uploaded and downloaded using May's home Wi-Fi network and his cell phone, prosecutors said. Some were hidden by the use of a private network, but others were directly linked to his internet address. At his arraignment, May's lawyer suggested someone could have used Wi-Fi password that was shown on a board behind a photo of May's wife, which she posted online. Attorney Dane Phillips also suggested investigators did not link each message directly to May. Prosecutors asked that May, age 38, not be given bail because he lives at home with his wife and his young children. In some of the files he's accused of sharing featured children of about the same age as his. Prosecutors said they also investigated whether or not May had used a fake name to travel to Colombia 3 times after finding videos of him on his laptop allegedly having schmecks with 3 young girls. So, we hear it all the time. Thank you, by the way, to Swish Raiders. I didn't catch you guys before. We hear it all the time. Every single day, we walk around in this world of misinformation, disinformation, and targeted hatred towards people who are defending human rights. We hear it all the time. People like that. Projections are confessions, exactly. People like that out in the world, standing on their beliefs, saying that the left is indoctrinating our kids, that the left are predators. You don't want men. You support men in women's bathrooms. Meanwhile, you are sharing files of schmexual activities with toddlers and kids, and you yourself are caught on video having schmecks with girls. Yeah, he's identified as a Christian. So, and there's no one on the right that will talk about it, because what are they supposed to say? And sadly, the left, we've not done a good enough job pushing back on it. We've not. Because what the right does is they'll take that conversation and say, yeah, well, then they'll start focusing, then they'll bring up, the transgenders, as they like to say. They'll bring that up. And then what does that do? That triggers the emotional response of empath, because we want rights protected for everybody. And then we lose the argument because it becomes about men and women's sports. And then the issue of what happened with a predator like that becomes just part of the narrative. So we have to stay away from that and avoid going down the culture hole. Similarly, the situation that happened in Minnesota, right? You get Mike Lee, a senator, a sitting United States senator, posting ridiculous bullshit on X saying, this is what you get with your Marxist agenda. You get a person like the person, I don't want to use his name, Mr. Bolter, allegedly, unalived elected officials in Minnesota with his manifesto that included the names of prominent Democrats nationally, 70 names, including the names of the people that he ended up unaliving. And then the right wants to spin that narrative that he was hired by Tim Walz. Not true. Appointed by Tim Walz's predecessor to a commission to address business in Minnesota, bipartisan. 60 people on the commission. They replace 30 so that they can keep it active. The intent was to hear many, many voices. So all Tim Walz did was just reappoint. So the left, the right is winning that argument, friends. They're winning that argument because there are more people in spaces talking about it. So I've got some sound that I want to play, and I know that we're not going to get anybody here from the right that's willing to accept it, but this is the sound from this gentleman who the right wants to claim is a radical leftist, much like radical leftist, just like the guy who broke into Paul Pelosi's house. No. Just like the 2 people that attempted to unalive the president. No. Political violence in our country overwhelmingly comes from the right. It's not even close. Southern Poverty Law Council, Anti-Defamation League, they've all been tracking it. It's the targeted, it's when you see these manifestos, when they become publicized, we know where their influences are, right? And the right has done an incredible job Yeah. Well, okay, TJ, you're proving my point. Thank you again, TJ. Thank you again for proving my point. BLM riots, 96% were categorized as peaceful, and we know about the agitators that were there, Boogaloo Boys and others. So thank you for proving my point once again. See, TJ, you make our job easy every day because you show up here and then you reinforce exactly what it is that we're talking about. So thank you. So the right has now, they've owned it, and we've let them own it because we get hung up on purity tests, quite frankly. So some of the things I'm going to get into a little bit later are going to be a bit controversial, I must admit, and you may not agree. I don't expect you to. I'm not asking you to agree. I'm asking you to listen. I'm not asking you to, I'm asking you to be critical of me as well. If you don't agree with something, I want to know why. That's what we do here. This is not, I'm not a yes man. I'm not. I've had battles in my professional career because I'm not. I speak my mind. You guys know that. And I do it because I think it's necessary to have not only difficult conversations, but conversations that are required to have just to get people thinking. Okay. So this is sound from the gentleman that has been accused of taking the lives of elected officials in Minnesota and having a hit list with many more names on it. And then you can tell me what you think. You'll hear someone, I believe he's in, I'm not sure where he is, but he's part of I think he's in Haiti or a country. So he needs a translator. So here's the sound.
There's no sin.
Et il n'y a aucun péché
that God can't take care
que
of.
Dieu ne peut pas enlever.
Nothing.
Il n'y a rien.
There's people, especially in America.
Congo, thank
Il y
you.
a des gens, particulièrement aux États-Unis.
They don't know what sex they are. They don't know how their sexual orientation. They're confused.
Ils ne savent pas ce qu'ils sont exactement. Ils ont une confusion.
The enemy has gotten so far into their mind and their soul.
Et l'ennemi est entré dans le fond de leur pensée et de leur âme.
But this word
Mais cette parole
cuts deeper
va aux profondeurs.
because it's living.
Et l'ennemi,
The devil
le diable,
comes through
et il est venu au travers d'eux.
and rips everything apart.
Et il a volé, il a détruit toutes choses.
The churches are so messed up.
Les églises sont vraiment en désastre.
They don't know abortion is wrong, many churches.
So again, for people to be objective, does that sound like a radical leftist? Does that sound like someone who believes? Does that sound like someone who supports women's rights to their body? Does that sound like someone who believes that we should be prioritizing reproductive health care in our country? No, and this sadly is what the right has been able to do. They've been able to. Where is that clip? I'll post it. I'll have our mods post it. My point is, we should not be. We've lost. Think of it this way: we've lost an election twice. We should say Donald Trump has won 2 elections in our country because of fascism, and we're going to get into that in just a minute. Keep tapping and sharing. Don't forget, let's see if we can get to 200K. And don't forget about our gifting goal. And please consider subscribing to the channel. And please consider supporting us through our crowdfunding. Good morning, Sam. How are you?
Hi, my brother. I'm good. How are you?
Hi, Sammy. How's it going?
Brother. Yes, 1 minute, my brother.
I'll give you a minute. Sure, go ahead.
Okay, my brother, please 1 minute. Me from Syria. I need the help for it. My family gave me. 5 minutes. Please. I love you. My brother King. We love you.
Thank you, Sammy. I appreciate you, friend. Appreciate you.
My brother.
Sorry, it's hard to hear. Okay, so I'm going to play some sound for you from a couple of different sources as I've sort of compiled data today. We're going to talk about, well, let's just get into it. Everybody, please continue to like and share the live. So this is going to be cerebral. Again, you guys are the smartest chat on TikTok, and I can share this with you because I know that these things are important to you. So the question is, why is fascism winning? Because it is. Now, we talk about it in terms of, I'm guilty of this as well, by labeling people who check every single box on the 14 tenets. But the question is why? So I'm going to play some sound for you. This is, you can follow this person. Their YouTube handle is the Nope, N-O-P-E, the Nope Brigade. This person who is the voice you're going to hear is a PhD candidate. Thank you to Cookie and to Amy Dawn for the Cookie shared this with us last night. And I've been thinking about this, and this was sort of the catalyst for me to kind of say, okay, let's rewrite the script here of the entire Democratic policy platform. So I was literally up all night doing this, pulling this shit together. So I want you to listen to this. It's about 5 minutes long, and then we'll talk about some of the things that she says on the other side. I think this is really, really, for the low price of your account, you can help a Syrian child today. Thank you, Siri. So the question is, why is fascism winning? And I think there's some really, really good points that we can take from this. So I'll play this, and we'll talk about it on the other side.
Do you want to know why the right is winning? What it is offering to people that the left is not?
Again, one person's opinion. I'm asking you guys to listen.
What? I can help you with that because I study the far right. To understand what's happening, you need to understand what fascism is and what it offers people that makes them want to join up. And I know y'all like to throw around the term fascism as though it just means something bad that you don't like. But fascism is a very specific political ideology. And so if you call everything you don't like, from Biden to Trump, fascism, when fascism arrives at your door, you are caught with your ass out, which is exactly what's happened. So let's get clear on what fascism actually is. Scholars define fascism in two different ways. So one of them is the listicle, which is where scholars attempt to dissect the various fascisms that we've seen arise over time and discover what are the working pieces of fascism.
Listicle, basically, when we talk about the 14 tenets, right? So they've identified characteristics of previous fascist regimes, and they identify the similarities between the two. So that would be an example of listicle.
And so, like, Umberto Eco is a really good example of this, Jason Stanley. But the other approach, which is the one I'm going to use today, is what's called the search for the fascist minimum. What that means is, what is it at its core that makes fascism, despite all of the surface level differences that we've seen over time and across the world? So today I'm going to be pulling from one of the most famous definitions of the fascist minimum, Roger Griffin's. This is a mouthful, so hang with me, I will break it down for you. Fascism is a genus of political ideology whose mythic core, in its various permutations, is a palingenetic form of populist ultranationalism. Political ideology, how societies should organize themselves politically. And when it comes to populism, what that means is that it's a movement of the people, a popular movement, okay? And then
populism, Trumpism.
Nationalism. So one of the key differences between what y'all were calling fascism under Biden is that when you have fascism, nothing matters except the nation. Individual lives are subservient to the nation. So whereas under neoliberalism, like Biden, at least the people at home get to have personal liberties. Under fascism, you have none.
That distinction right there, right? The ultra-nationalistic approach, whereas the nation comes first, right? We think about the words: make America great again, America first, country, patriotism, nationalism, right? That's the right has adopted that, right? Effectively. The left is like, look, we just believe in our own individual liberties, which I think is ironic, considering the right for years has been the party to say, I don't want the government in my business, right? So this is where they've won in this argument, because fascism is won.
You have none, because nothing matters except the nation and the great leader who embodies the nation. And the next part is key as to what fascism is offering that the left is not, and that is palingenetic, okay? What this means is that in that story of the nation, what the myth that they're offering people is that once we were great, but then we declined for XYZ reasons, usually pointing to a specific group. In our case, currently, it is undocumented immigrants and it is trans people.
Exactly.
What can we do then to get back to the glorious future? We are going to rebirth the nation into a glorious future. We are going to make America great again, okay? And this is what the right is offering that the left is not. There is no unifying myth on the left. The left is currently defending the status quo. If you listen to interviews with Trump voters, people are like, I cannot deal with the status quo anymore. And is that justification for voting for fascism? For them. For them it is. The left has been hyper-focused on our differences. It has been hyper-focused on tweaking language as though that's going to liberate anybody. So is it really putting a single person in housing if you call a population unhoused as opposed to homeless? It doesn't matter if you capitalize black or white. It doesn't fucking matter. All of that is virtue signaling and classism, because it prevents coalition building because y'all are so busy policing language. This is a distraction. We have to let this go. What we need is a narrative of who we are together, who we are as a nation. And it doesn't have to be a bad narrative. It can be a big, expansive, wonderful one, but it's not happening right now. There's no narrative of unity. There's just a narrative of white Christian nationalism on the right. But that narrative is flexible enough that it creates a big tent. This is why racial minorities can still find themselves supporting this, because they still are able to see that they are being part of the hierarchy that's defended. Okay. Will fascism come for them eventually too? Yeah. But for now, it doesn't seem like it. They will. Okay. So what the left has to do is stop worrying about language and start building a vision of the future that gives people hope. Okay. We need our own paleogenetic myth. Okay.
So, agree, disagree. I think the point that I took from what this, again, the creator is Nope Brigade. I found them out again. Thank you to Cookie for sharing that with myself and Amy Don, because we were both salivating over it. At least I watched it like 4 or 5 times. Nope Brigade, NOPE Brigade / PhD candidate. You can find them on YouTube. The point is that the right has been absolutely effective by design on creating these scapegoats, right? And it's worked effectively. It's worked extremely effectively. And then the left, our response to it in an empathetic, good or bad or indifferent, in an empathetic way, is to say, well, don't forget about this person. Don't forget about that person. Words matter. Yes, and this is where it may get controversial. Yes, words matter, friends. But do they matter so much that we've allowed, they have apparently have mattered so much that we've allowed Donald Trump to be elected twice? We're losing the culture war, not because we believe in the rights of others, but because the right has co-opted the ability to distract us with words. And I think that what I'm hoping that we can have a conversation about in earnest, right? A real conversation. A real conversation about the things that, because I want to start winning elections. I want human rights protected. I want education reform. I want public health reformed. But we're losing the fight because they effectively have pulled us in. And I worry that unless we are able to address this in a positive way, it's going to continue to happen. I'll bring up AD first, and then we can have some more of this conversation. You were probably like me, like watched it multiple times, right?
I totally did. I had to Google paleogenetic myth and I went down a complete rabbit hole. I love you and hate you at the same time, Cookie. You do this to us.
Seriously.
It was so great. And for a lot of reasons. And I think from where I sit, you know, as a therapist and figuring out human behavior and people's, you know, brains and things. That whole concept of paleogenetic myth, the way that I felt like what I picked up from that is like, that's the feel good thing for them that unites them. That's the thing that allows them to believe the lies, because
greater good.
Because it's similar to, and again, I cast no shade. I mean to cast no shade by this, but if you think about why people are drawn to religion, right? It's similar as far as it helps you feel a sense of calm if you have a certainty of the future. We all fear the future. We fear things that come. We fear. I mean, that's just our brain. We're not very evolved. And so that palingenetic myth, right? Oh, that's gonna feel so much better than all this thing in the present that I don't understand and confuses me and is uncomfy, right? So that myth overrides everything, even your ability to see that, you know, one side of the mouth says one thing and the other says another. So
So Bruce Wayne's mother has a comment that's the one that I was hoping we'd get to. Said, how can hate make someone feel good? It's not that hate makes them feel good. It's just that they feel like they're part of something bigger.
Right.
And the people that are keeping the nation from being bigger, better, are trans people, are minorities, are women's rights. That's what they truly believe. And that's part of what she was trying to describe. So why don't we get into the specifics of what a palingenetic myth is? You can stick if you want, Amy John. A palingenetic myth is a type of myth that depicts a national rebirth or when I'm reading this to you, just think about the people that we speak to every day. It's a type of myth that depicts a national rebirth or regeneration after a period of decline or crisis. Thank you. It involves a charismatic leader and a violent or chaotic process leading to a new virtuous society. This myth is frequently used in fascist and ultranationalist political movements to justify their ideology and gain support. Here's a more detailed breakdown. Core concept. Palingenetic myths posit that a nation or even a culture is experiencing a decline or crisis, often due to internal or external factors. This leads to a period of suffering or chaos, which is then overcome through a revolutionary process, usually led by a strong leader, resulting in a new, more virtuous society. The perception that it would be virtuous, right? Decay. These are the key elements. Decay and crisis, a state of decline, suffering, or weakness within the nation, real or perceived. Revolutionary transformation, a violent or chaotic process often involving war or social upheaval that is presented as necessary for rebirth. Charismatic leader, a powerful individual who embodies the will of the nation and guides it towards a new beginning, and then the new beginning itself. A rebirth or redemption, make America great again, of the nation with a renewed sense of purpose and national identity. So I was not familiar with the term palingenetic myth until this, but is now something that I think about every minute, because that describes it. I think it's described co-equally with fascism, because there are a lot of fascistic tendencies. But this explains what it is. And again, the right has been able to capitalize on this, and they've used it to win elections, quite frankly.
It's very uniting. As I know, as people are like, oh, but hate's so. I totally get it. From where we're sitting, it's ick, but it's so overpowering. Think about groupthink, right? Like there's such a power to belonging in general, and belonging to a movement that you feel is above and beyond. There's some power in that. Correct. It's gross. I get it. I know this is a heady conversation, but
yeah, this is the political significance. So palingenetic myths can be powerful tools for mobilizing populations and justifying political action. They offer a sense of hope, to what Edie was just talking about, and purpose in times of crisis, and they can be used to create a strong sense of national identity and unity. Fascism and ultranationalism. Roger Griffin, a political theorist, identified the palingenetic myth as a key element of fascist ideology. He argues that fascism utilizes this myth to attract voters who have lost faith in traditional politics and religion. Does that not sound like a MAGA voter that we talk about all the time? People, I'm going to talk about the Obama to Trump bridge as part of this conversation, because I think that's part of this as well, right? The system, right? It's the system, and I need to identify. I'm a patriot. I'm told it's okay to be a patriot. I believe in the nuclear family. I'm told it's okay to believe in the nuclear family. I believe that we should have, closed borders, crime, because they told me it's okay for me to believe that. It's okay for me to show my hatred towards, the trans people, right? So and their beliefs get supported under this guise of, I'm in it for the greater good of my country, which is crazy. And I like what the commenter had talked about, how ultranationalists believe it's nation above all else. People on the right would call Joe Biden fascistic, and it's just not even close to that. This is about words and understanding. It's a different conversation. But all the left has talked about, and sadly, ineffectively, is just let people live their lives. It's not sexy. Human rights for all does not look good on a bumper sticker. But make America great again does. America first looks great on a bumper sticker, looks great on a hat.
Well, and think about, you mentioned Obama. Think about what was his line? Yes,
we can.
We can.
Mm-hmm.
That's a uniting myth, isn't it?
That's my strategy. You'll hear that in a little bit, how we get back to that. Okay. So some examples, and again, we talk about this often, about history does not repeat, but it rhymes. And I don't like having to talk about similar chapters in world history, but it's necessary because we're trying to define what it is, right? Not trying to label individuals. We're trying to say this is similar to what happened before, and this is why. Yazis used a palingenetic myth to portray Germany as a nation that had fallen from grace and was being reborn under Schmittler's leadership. He sold it to him. Don't forget, when he was rising to power, he did that because he was able to convince the German public, Jews alike, that economic reform, that Germany deserved economic reform. While they were violating the terms of the Versailles Treaty, that's a different conversation, but isolationists, protectionists in the West turned a blind eye, which led to the rise of the Reich. So he was able to convince his voters, his supporters, that economic reform is what you're owed. And he did it. And the German economy was booming. So he convinced everyone, listen to me, trust in me, this is the right way. Meanwhile, he was plotting G-side. And at that point, for many, it was too late. Wow, I guess we have to eliminate the Jews, too, to make our society better because Schmittler told us so, because we trusted him to fix our economy, so I guess we have to continue to trust him. Again, we don't use it in terms of history repeating itself, but history certainly does rhyme. Other fascist, similar narratives of rebirth and renewal were used by other fascist movements, such as fascism under Mussolini. And then modern ultranationalist movements. Even in contemporary politics, palingenetic myths can be found in ultranationalist and populist movements that seek to revive national greatness and reject current social norms. So we're living it, right? Again, whether or not you want, and I don't entirely agree with her when she says, we shouldn't talk about it in terms of fascism. Well, it is fascistic. So we can talk about palingenetic myths, how they relate to fascism, because that's what it is. Ultranationalism is fascism, however you want to describe it. Now, the response from the left, myself included, is to label individuals as fascist, rightly or wrongly. Rightly or wrongly, I firmly believe that Donald Trump is an ultranationalist. I don't know if he's smart enough to understand that he's a fascist. Stephen Miller, bona fide fascist. No doubt about that. The influence of what he's doing has now turned this palingenetic myth to voters who are being the ones that are being harmed the most under this oppression from their government without them even realizing it, because they've been conditioned to think brown people are the enemy. Trans community is the enemy. Notice how she identified illegals and trans people. Because think about every conversation that we have before they crash out and they spiral out of control. It's about open borders and the trans agenda. And we know this. We know this because he uses it in his Truth Social posts. What was that comment he made? That is why they believe in open borders and transgender for everybody. Hate it when I'm right, but I'm right. So
the whole bathroom thing got traction.
Exactly.
Such a dumb thing. That's why it got traction.
It's dumb is the understatement. But it's gotten traction. Not only has it gotten traction, it is now part of our body politic. The right is unwilling to have a conversation. Well, let me rephrase that. The right believes that the left supports open borders, letting criminals in, and you guys support men in women's bathrooms. From their perspective, they look at it as, I am protecting my country from illegals, and I am protecting children from creepy men dressed as women in women's bathrooms. Now, again, I'm gonna apologize in advance if I use language that may be considered offensive. That is not my intention, guys. I'm here to try to make an argument as to what is a winning strategy from the right. So I would just ask that you give me that grace as we work through this conversation. Thank you in advance. I think I've earned that. We shouldn't be losing that conversation. The reason we lose it is because we engage in it. And I think that is where the left has an opportunity for growth. Like, we engage in it. You can defend human rights without dissecting the fact that there's 25 trans athletes. We don't have to go down that road. We don't need to do it. We don't need to go down that road, in my opinion. The right wants us to. And we've been taking the bait. We've been taking the bait. And then that becomes an argument that we're losing, quite frankly. We're losing, right? I mean, we can't deny the fact that we are losing to people like Donald Trump and Mike Johnson and Stephen Miller and J.D. Vance and Peter Thiel and all the other white supremacists that are in our government. We shouldn't be losing that debate. We've allowed ourselves to lose it. And that's why I want to talk about a shift in strategy. Okay? All right. I want one more sound that I want to play for you, and then this also speaks to a little bit about the system itself, about how and what we're going to talk about next is legitimation crisis. And I'll play a little sound from this because it relates to what I'm talking about and then how we kind of fix it. So this is Sarah motherfucking Wright. You can follow them on various socials. And I like the way that she framed this. I'll play this for you guys, and we can talk about this on the other side as well. Everybody, please keep tapping and sharing. Thank you.
2025 Trump government is not reforming government. They're creating what sociologist Jürgen Habermas called a legitimation crisis, deliberately making institutions fail so people lose faith in democratic governance. Here's the theory. When you gut the Department of Education, cut disaster relief, and eliminate civil service protections, you're not saving money, you're destroying state capacity, the government's ability to solve collective problems. This creates what political scientists call institutional death spiral. When institutions fail, people blame the government itself rather than those who sabotaged it. Failed institutions justify more privatization, creating more failure. The real goal is market fundamentalism, forcing people to rely on private companies for everything that the government used to provide. When public schools fail, private schools profit. When disaster relief disappears, private contractors get rich. This serves what theorists call neoliberal governance. Government exists only to protect capital, not people. Institutional destruction isn't incompetence, it's strategy. This Canadian analysis uses...
that is chilling to think about, but we talk about exactly follow the money. So their idea, they call it a legitimation crisis, refers to a decline in public confidence in the institutions, leadership, or administrative functions of a society organization. So it's a strategy, right? So when the right and their cabinet members that are the most incompetent, unqualified people that I've arguably ever seen, and every day I go back as to who is the dumbest of all the cabinet members, and without question, it's Linda McMahon. But when you come in, first of all, you tell everyone that the entire system, the deep state, the entire system is corrupt and or broken, right? You tell everybody that, well, education's broken. They like to use 1979. Before 1979, we were the best in the world. We had no measure. But again, because the right wants to co-opt these messages, and the left has allowed them to do so because we've not had a unified, coalesced response to it, they're going to tell you the entire system is broken. Only we can fix it. They'll come in, break it more when it wasn't even broken to begin with. It just needed to be funded properly. If we're talking
waste, fraud, and abuse. Waste, fraud, and abuse.
Exactly. So they'll break it even more and then privatize everything. Privatize education, thus private schools. Privatize the postal service. Privatize disaster relief. It's a strategy. And again, the right wins on it. And the left's response is, quite frankly, we just complain about it. Rightly so.
The oligarchs win, and they convinced everybody else that doesn't win to support their win.
Exactly. So the legitimation crisis, the loss of faith, this loss of faith can stem from various factors, including a perceived failure of the system to meet societal expectations or a growing disillusionment with its values and goals. Ultimately, a legitimation crisis can lead to a withdrawal of support and even social unrest. Concept of legitimation crisis revolves around the idea that societies need a certain level of public trust and belief in their governing structures to function effectively. When this trust erodes, the system may struggle to maintain its authority, enforce its rules, and achieve its objectives. So when you hear people on the right saying that we should, like, what's the gentleman's name from Enlightenment? You guys are smart. You'll know. I played Curtis Yarvin. He talks about how the system is broken. You know, we need a dictator. We got to fix the system. That's kind of where this comes from, right? So I don't think he believes that the system is broken. I believe he sees that there's an opportunity here to privatize everything, and then he'll take advantage of it. So the goal here is to tell our base that the system is broken, tell them that even though they are the ones who are largely the biggest recipients of social programs that they claim that they criticize, the waste, fraud, and abuse comes from the people who want to take that away, privatize it, make it impossible for you to receive those same benefits, and then you're gonna say, "What the hell just happened? What?
Did not think the lepers would eat my face."
Seriously, that's exactly right. So that's part of the strategy. And this is the long game. The right's been playing this game for a very, very long time. They're better at it than we are, you guys. They're better at it. They're more organized. They're more concise. They're more clear. They're more consistent. And again, more organized. And I'm going to look at this strictly from a political strategy perspective. They are kicking our fucking ass, and it's not even close. Not even close.
I was so excited to hear your strategy, being the political strategist that I know you are. I'm salivating for this, Steve. You're the buildup is bliss.
I'm getting there. Let me just finish this, then we'll kind of get into it. So, core concepts: when the trust erodes, the system may struggle to maintain its authority, enforce its rules, and achieve its objectives. Causes of legitimation crisis: economic crisis. Inequality and perceived unfair distribution of resources can erode public trust in the economic system and those who manage it. Check. Political failures, corruption, broken promises, perceived ineffectiveness of political institutions can undermine public confidence in the political system. Check. Social injustices, persistent social inequalities, discrimination, and a lack of opportunity for certain groups can lead to widespread disillusionment and resentment. Check, especially white men. They've been told that they're victims in the system. And if I'm being objective, Democrats, status quo Democrats, have not spoken to white men. I don't believe, I believe in the male loneliness epidemic. I believe that is self-inflicted, quite frankly. But I don't think, if you look at it objectively, the Democratic message has not been to white men. And it's all men until it's no men. Two things can't be true. White men in our society have been told that they're victims. They're not on the social hierarchy, and they have been a rudderless ship, and Trump spoke to them and pulled them in. No reason so. There's no reason for that other than potential arrogance from the left, inconsistent messaging. Again, I'm trying to be objective here, okay?
His message created a community for them. It created a united thing for them to believe in. Yeah.
Yes, Rhea.
Absolutely.
Rhea, to your question, so the Democrats need to cater to white men? Absolutely not. I'm not saying Democrats need to cater to white men, but we're talking about defeating fascism and defeating, this paleogenics myths that we're talking about. So I'm saying objectively is that there has been no targeted messaging towards white men. It's still the single biggest voting bloc that we have in our country. So there needs to be some kind of policy. Like I said to start the show, there could be some things here that people may not agree with. That's totally fine. I have no issue. I have no issue with disagreement. Amy Dawn knows me. Bring it. That's why I want to have these conversations. Okay. Loss of shared values. When a society's core values are questioned or abandoned, it can create a sense of disorientation and a lack of shared purpose, making it harder to legitimize the existing order. Consequences of a legitimation crisis. Decreased social stability. A legitimation crisis can lead to social unrest, protests, and even violence as people lose faith in the established order. It's by design. These things are by design. When you send in the National Guard to Los Angeles, you are telling your voters that unless we send in the National Guard, then the entire nation is going to explode. It's a lie. It's just a flat out lie. But what it does is it fires up that amygdala response, because what their voters will see, people who are impressionable, is that the Trump administration is standing up for Americans. Nope. Erosion of trust. Public institutions, political leaders, and even social norms can be weakened by a widespread loss of trust. Widespread loss of trust by design. You convince enough people that the Department of Education is waste, fraud, and abuse, then the Department of Education becomes waste, fraud, and abuse. Right? It's just the redundancy of messaging and the muzzle velocity of mis and disinformation. And then difficulty in governing. When the public is unwilling to accept the legitimacy of the governing system, it becomes harder to implement policies, enforce laws, and maintain social order. Examples. Historical events such as the civil rights movement in the United States can be viewed as a response to a legitimation crisis stemming from racial inequalities. So there are solutions potentially to this. And then the Arab Spring, for example, I thought this was great. The Arab Spring uprisings in the early 2010s were partly fueled by a loss of faith in authoritarian regimes and a desire for greater political participation. In essence, a legitimation crisis highlights the importance of public trust and belief in the legitimacy of the systems that govern our lives. When that trust is broken, it can have significant and far-reaching consequences, in my opinion, which is what we're seeing today. Okay, so what I want to do now is I kind of want to take everything that we've talked about this morning. We talked about paleogenetic myths. We've talked about the legitimation crisis. We've talked about the perception that the right are standing for something. I really believe, this is where the empath in me takes over. I really believe that people who are hardcore MAGA, you've seen interviews with Jordan Klepper or the Good Liars when they're out talking to people. These folks are rabid. They genuinely believe that they are on the right side of history. That they are there because they put America first, that they care about their country. We know what that looks like, and I'm not going to give them credit. All I'm going to say is it's a response to something that they see because they've been told that. The issue is the left has not been able to respond to it. So, all right. So let's get into a little bit of the strategy here, because I look at this as an opportunity for the left. It's like I'm going to see everything as a bit of an opportunity. Some good, some bad, but I'm going to choose to see it as an opportunity. All right. So the way I kind of wanted to frame this was I kind of wanted to look at a few things, systems that we have currently. How do we make them better? And or how do we respond to things from the right that has put us in this position? So I'm going to just take you through the categories, what I thought might be a response, and then we can discuss. Common good capitalism. All right. Again, these are things that we need to message to be able to win elections. Now, I may not be all in on some of these things. From a strategy perspective, I'm trying to figure out how we can win. Common good capitalism. Economic populism without polarization. Frame progressive economic policies as pro-worker, pro-small business, and pro-American industry, and not just anti-corporate. I'm guilty of that myself. We talk about going after corporations. We talk about the oligarch class. Very, very true. But to spin that, right, to see the glass half full as opposed to half empty, you make it about pro-worker, pro-small business, and pro-American industry. I think that's a winning argument, right? So think of it this way, right? If you are presented with, I believe in accentuate the positive, eliminate the negative. I think it boils down to just that. Instead of talking about being against something, the Democrats do that too much, in my opinion. Talk about what you stand for. Some legitimate criticisms of the Harris campaign, not enough specifics about what she stood for. Two things can be true. Still the most qualified person to ever run for the presidency, bar none, would have made an incredible president. But from a strategy perspective, and this has to do with time, I don't think she had enough time to do it, telling me what it is that you stand for. And I don't think that she had enough time to send that message. So that would be an example. Policies, tax cuts, identify this as tax cuts for the working and middle class, not just either the poor or the rich. So that message, tax cuts for the rich or punishing the poor, it ignores the middle class, right? So we talk about it in terms of focusing. This is all about messaging. Focus on tax cuts for the middle class and working Americans, blue collar. I said this last week. The Democrats have done a good job talking at voters, not to them. Donald Trump is amazingly gifted at speaking to his voters. It's lies. It's bullshit. It's rhetoric. We know that. Still, from a strategy perspective, he speaks to them.
And it feels so good for them. Yes.
Exactly. They feel they're part of something. Anti-monopoly, this is all about common good capitalism, okay? Anti-monopoly and pro-competition policies. Break up big tech, break up big pharma, agricultural monopolies that are hurting small businesses. That seems, again, like a winning message. Because if the right, well, the right says that they believe in the power of the entrepreneur, and they say they're against the greedy elites and big business and the corporate lobby, even though they vote for it and defend it, which is weird. So let's take the argument back. Say, yeah, totally, they're all ripping us off. So go legislate, break up big pharma, break up big tech, break up the agricultural monopolies, break up the Monsantos of the world. Small business, small farmers benefit from that. I'm just trying to identify this as these are things that the right has taken from us, taken from society, that I think if we just shift messaging a little bit and stop getting into the culture war fights and the he said, she said bullshit, we could potentially win this back. Because let's be honest, fascism has won. We got to be honest with ourselves. It has won. Okay. Yeah, about Citizens United, that's included in there. I'll talk about that. National manufacturing revival, green jobs, and plus traditional industries like steel and chips. So think of it this way: we are never going to be, and nobody should want us to be, widget manufacturers again. But there's no reason that we could not be leaders in EV technology, for example, and or alternative energy. Investments like the CHIPS and Science Act, investing in our infrastructure, redesigning our manufacturing network, specifically around innovation, high tech, things like that. That, again, creates jobs. Push back against the whole, we know the data is irrelevant. We know that Democratic policies create jobs, Republican policies lose jobs. So focus on that. Stop talking about the blame game. Just say, hey, these are the things. Let's revolutionize our manufacturing. It's a hot button issue. We could talk about, we don't feel like we need to bring jobs back to America. We're going to create jobs in America in these industries. Manufacturing, blue collar jobs, good paying, don't need a college degree, whatever that would look like.
We're already great at so many things. We need to highlight what we're already great at, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Why lose? Thank you. That's what this entire thing is about. Housing affordability. It is a bipartisan issue. Everybody thinks that housing, not only the cost of a house to purchase, but to rent, everybody thinks it's a problem, right? So housing affordability, massive affordable housing investment. I mean, massive. Millions of affordable homes created, whether they be 3D printed or whatever. If we're going to use federal land, then use it to build affordable housing. That's not a losing issue. That is a winning issue. Why is the left not talking about that? Instead, what we get stuck talking about is the mechanism to punish corporations for not offering affordable housing. Change the argument. Say, we're going to invest in it. We're going to build affordable homes for everyone. We're going to go to rural communities and put up new housing developments where their homes are like $150,000 or whatever. It's a winning argument, at least from my perspective. And then the messaging is simple: an economy that works for Main Street, not just Wall Street. That's kind of cliche. I don't really like that, but I landed on it because I rewrote it like 10 times. Main Street versus Wall Street. The right has been able to convince its voters that all the left cares about is their dividend check and their 401k. And they're connected to Wall Street elites. When it's the right that are connected to Wall Street elites, they're the ones. Look at the cabinet, loaded with billionaires. From Howard Nutlick to Scott Bessent to everybody else connected, funding Republican campaigns through Citizens United. Take that argument back. Okay. Number 2, security and freedom. Tough but smart on crime and borders. The left has been losing this. It is a weak spot from the left, and I think we finally need to identify it. The argument about defund the police was a winning message for the right, was a winning message. So my belief is community policing and then mental health responders. So instead of allowing the right to win the argument about defunding the police, we say we want to overfund community safety. We want to make sure that law enforcement and or professionals who respond to incidences in our community have every tool that they need. Mental health responders, which we don't get. Instead of training our police forces to be what they are now, if we're being objective, militant in a variety of ways, let's address it. Let's say we believe in safer communities. And we believe in doing that. We're going to provide law enforcement with whatever they need to do their jobs. And we're going to change the culture of law enforcement to be more about community policing, safety, security, and then give them the tools to become mental health responders. Fantasy? I don't know. Maybe.
It's actually Steve. We have that. We have that in a lot of ways, especially in larger cities. Here in Phoenix, if you call law enforcement for a mental health crisis, law enforcement will dispatch mobile crisis because we have the resources here. I mean, it could be built on something like that. You know, it wouldn't be that law enforcement now has to have mental health skills. They just need to have the resources to dispatch the correct response to situations.
Correct. Mm-hmm. Correct. Yeah, somebody brought up Canada. I know Canada has a similar model, right? So we lose the argument because of messaging, right? Because effectively, again, we got to give credit where credit is due. That whole defund the police, they still use it. they still use it. So why not take control of the message and say, no, we want to overfund, and this is how. We want to change policing in our society by giving law enforcement, community safety providers, whatever you want to call it, the resources and tools that they need to keep our societies safer. Okay.
That's what we love, right? That's what we want. We want to feel safe. We want to feel protected. That's why we appreciate law enforcement when they help us feel protected and safe. That's what we want. And so why wouldn't we want to lean into that?
Exactly. Legal immigration expansion and strict enforcement. More work visas, but crack down on cartels and employers that are hiring undocumented workers. An easier path to citizenship. We believe in secure borders. We want to make sure that legal immigration is prioritized. We want to invest in that. We want to punish corporations who are hiring undocumented workers. We've got to be honest with ourselves. Neither the left nor the right truly wants to solve the immigration issue because it's about economics. They want to continue to hire undocumented workers that don't have to pay them as much. Again, follow the money. So own the argument. Safety, security in our communities, safety and security at the border. What are the issues that we lose on? I'll go back to this issue. Again, this is not fantasy. This is what they tell us. That is why, from Mr. Trump, that is why they believe in open borders and transgender for everybody. They're telling us what they're going to tell their base. They're telling us what they're going to remind their base of every single day leading up to elections. Okay, then let's own it. Let's own the argument. Let's stop with this is where the culture war comes in. And I'm guilty of it too. They target brown people. We know they do, but it's not a winning message. It's not working. It's not working. We're losing to fascism because we don't control the narrative. We're not the ones that are saying, no, we truly believe in secure and safer communities and a secure border. And this is how we're going to do it. We don't talk about it in terms that way. We just talk about it in response to what they do. We talk about the inhumane treatment, which we should, but it's not effective. We're not winning. Let's be real. Drug policy reform. Treat addiction as a health issue, but punish traffickers. Do a better job going after the people who are infecting our societies, but provide resources. Like I believe in safe injection sites, for example. Those kinds of things. That could all be part about safer communities. I believe in addressing substance use disorder as to what it is and not demonizing people. And I think the left does a pretty good job on that, but the message isn't getting out there enough. It's just not, because the border is not only connected to illegal crossings, but it's also connected to the F drug, which is part of the rhetoric. They want to blame people for the F drug being trafficked here. And sure, let's go after the cartels, but let's stop demonizing people who are suffering from substance use disorder. Okay? And then the message: safe streets, fair rules, and a border that's secure and humane. Simple, clean, concise, safe streets, fair rules, and a border that's secure and humane. How many times have you heard the left effectively talk about a secure border? Not enough. Conversely, the right talks about open borders every single day. Every day. All right. Everybody keep tapping and sharing. Hopefully you got, again, this is just from my brain in the middle of the night without sleep. So here it is. Number 3. This may be a little controversial, but I just as I think we need to talk about things in terms of culture wars differently. So cultural peace, not culture war. De-escalate the polarization. The problem, we get dragged into divisive social debates, whether it be about men and women's sports, defund the police, and extreme wokeness. We get dragged into it because we allow ourselves to get dragged into it. So a focus would be on focus instead on a popular, broader, more societally accepted issues like abortion rights, 420 legalization, and privacy rights. That's not to say that I don't support advocacy for every marginalized group out there, but we're not winning elections. Okay? So let's talk about the things that are extremely popular from everyone, from Republican to Democrat to independent, conservative, liberal. By and large, overwhelming majority of Americans believe that a woman should have the right to their body. Overwhelming majority of Americans believe that 420 should be legalized. And the overwhelming majority of Americans believe that our privacy should be secured. And you do that when you talk about it in terms like that, that's inclusive of everyone. My privacy should be protected, right? Shouldn't your privacy be protected? Absolutely. Okay, then let me live my fucking life and be who I want, love who I love, be who I identify as. You can address the issue, but we need to do a better job not separating the individual impacts that are affecting marginalized communities and bring it more as a cohesive solution. Big picture strategy, 100,000 feet. Okay? Avoid extreme rhetoric. Stop being so impacted when DEI words are used. Instead, throw back in their face. Like, why don't you support equity? You don't want things to be fair for everyone? Use their own rhetoric against them. Let's not use the talking points. Let's not use the words that they use. Instead, reframe the entire argument. Why would you be opposed to fairness? Aren't you guys about meritocracy? Don't you want the best people in the best positions? That's all we want. Use their own fuel and set it on fire. And then emphasize pluralism. This might be controversial. We don't have to agree on everything to work together. We don't. There's a bit of bipartisanship in there. We don't have to agree on everything. Again, from a social perspective, you're not going to see me reaching across the aisle from somebody who diminishes people. But from a political problem-solving perspective, we got to do it. We got to fix shit. We have to find common ground when it comes to political solutions. We have no choice. We're not going to get where we need to go unless we do. I'm trying to be consistent with the things that I say here every single day, and I've always believed that there's no negotiation over human rights. There's no negotiation. And we've got to fix our fucking society. We've got to figure out a way to fund healthcare. We've got to figure out a way to fix our public education system, to get money out of politics. There are ways we can do that and still stand for the things that we stand for. And I'm hoping that this is some thoughts for people. Messaging. Live and let live. Government should not dictate your identity or your beliefs. It's not targeted at anybody. It's not judgmental. It's not condescending. Again, live and let live. Government shouldn't dictate your identity or your beliefs. When you're speaking to your conservative cousin, you don't want the government telling you what to do, do you? Of course not. You don't need to engage any further than that. I don't either. So we agree. I don't want the government telling me what to do. Where we lose the argument is when it gets too specific, in my opinion. Okay? All right. Okay, we're getting there. I've got a few more. The freedom to thrive. Positive, aspirational visions. Shift from grievance to hope. Too much messaging is about fighting Trump. I'm guilty of it too. Or the right instead offer a clear vision. Like I discussed before, and Amy Don brought this up. There was a message behind Obama, right? There was a message behind Yes, We Can. And it became inspirational. Like I've said before, there are really two fundamental reasons why someone will change. You're either desperate to do so or you're inspired to do so, right? And you never want to be forced, thus desperate, to make a change in your life, whether it's a job, moving, whatever that might be. You always want to be inspired. You want to say, I can do that because I feel inspired to do it. Barack Obama inspired many people. Donald Trump has inspired many people. We can't ignore it. It is the reality. So our message needs to be much more inspirational. And I believe that if Kamala Harris had more time to run, she could have convinced more people because she was inspirational, right? Unfortunately, though, Democratic messaging, like we just discussed, spoke at voters and not to voters. All right. Healthcare freedom. You guys know how I feel about that. Medicare choice, not just Medicare for all. So Medicare choice. I mean, we'll give you the ability to choose, right? Medicare for all has become a talking point for the right. They'll call it socialism. So just change it. Medicare choice, healthcare choice, whatever that might be. Move away from what it is structurally. It's Medicare for all, but don't call it that. Just repackage it. Okay? Education freedom, universal pre-K, vocational training, not just colleges, not just free public institutions, and not just debt relief. Take ownership of the conversation back. The right talks about trade schools, talk about trade schools. Yeah, we want to highlight vocational training to make sure that people who don't want to go traditional path towards a college or university can go into the trades. I don't know why we don't talk about that enough. We always, because when we hear either arguments and or debates from the left, they talk about colleges and universities, which is fine, but we don't talk about the trades enough. Again, that's not speaking to people who don't believe necessarily in traditional higher education. So let's speak of it in terms of vocations, jobs, trades. Listen, I live in a state right now. If there were two additional plumbers, you guys would make bank. I need a plumber, and I can't get one for like 3 months. So let's support it. Let's talk to voters. Do we feel like there's enough electricians? Are there enough plumbers? Are there enough general contractors? Are there enough contractors? No, there's not. You know what we support on the left? We support in free advanced vocational education to get more tradespeople out in the trades. I think that's a winning argument.
It takes away the they like to weaponize the fact that, we're educated and indoctrinated because we think we're so smart, right? And we go to college and we think we're so smart and we're classist and elitist and all that. Like, no. We're going to just rip that away, change the narrative. We want you to be educated in whatever you're passionate about so that you can be whatever you want to be. I love that. That's you've taken away a weapon of theirs when you focus on that.
Exactly. Somebody said HVAC. Absolutely. I mean, listen, there are. I mean, if you were to go into the trades right now, I mean, it's funny. I don't mess with electricity because I can't see it and it can kick my ass. I can do a little bit of rudimentary plumbing. But if you want to go into the trades, now's a great time because there's such a shortage of people that are in the trades, right? So why not own the argument? Why not invest in a new series of trade schools across the country? When you're building these new communities, when you're investing in massive amounts of new housing, you're going to need tradespeople. You're going to need electricians. You're going to need plumbers.
That's the ultimate Olivia Pope right there. Change the narrative. Change the narrative.
Okay, let's see. Where was I? I was on this one. Tech and privacy. Tech and privacy freedom. Protect data rights. Break up surveillance capitalism. Get rid of the Patriot Act. Do you want the you're talking to your neighbor? Do you want the government spying on you? Are you sick and tired of the government spying on you? The fact that they've got all our data, isn't that bullshit? Yeah, it's bullshit. That's a coalescing kind of issue. Do we want the government? Do we want Palantir having access to all of our data? Do we want our name through the ProPublica story that came out a year or so ago that had the NRA has been gathering buying habits of all their customers? Aren't you sick and tired of having the government spy on us with all our information? Yeah, we believe in that too. In fact, we're going to legislate so the government can no longer do that. Can I get your support? Absolutely. I think it's a winning issue. And then here's the messaging. A country where everyone has the freedom to succeed, no matter where you start or what you want to do. Simple, clear. You're not speaking around anybody. You're speaking to everybody. All right. Patriotic progressivism. I went back and forth on this one a little bit because, like we discussed earlier this week about when you see the flag, our first reaction these days, let's be real. When we see an American flag, we all know what we think. And I don't think that's necessary because we allowed that to happen. I'm not a big flag guy. It's symbolic, but I think there are people out there who truly care about it. And that's fine. So patriotic progressivism, reclaiming national pride. Problem. The right owns patriotism. The left often seems uncomfortable with it. Why is that? There are patriots, there are people who have served their country, who are proud to have their flag, who put their flag up on Memorial Day, right? You can put your flag up proudly and not feel uncomfortable about it. Why is that? Because we've let them do it. We've let them take ownership, and our responses are visceral when we see it. Okay. All right. Let's address it first. Celebrate American innovation, space, tech, medical breakthroughs, science, whatever that might be. Celebrate it. Own it. We have some of the smartest people on planet Earth. People come from abroad to be educated in our schools because they're the best. People come to our country because they see the opportunity that exists here. Own it. Own it.
One of our best products, education. To your point,
Exactly.
I was just thinking that earlier. Like, that's why people do flock here. We do have the best education. We have some of the best minds, and we draw the best minds globally. That's beautiful. We got to lean into that.
Lean into it. Honor working class heroes, right? Teachers, nurses, firefighters, farmers, community activists. Create scenarios where those people get prioritized, and we having these conversations like, why are they not getting presidential medals of freedom? Why are they not being recognized more? Why are we not having community activists or working class heroes month, for example? Because the right has become the owners of the working class. They don't benefit from their policies. In fact, they get harmed. Blue collar workers, by and large, we know this, men without a college degree, 75% vote for Trump, right? So that's the blue collar sect that we call it in our society, right? The right has become the owners of that. Why? Because the left gave it to them. Because the left did not focus on the fact, this is when I talked about speaking to white men. So I talked about this earlier. So you take 75% of high school educated men vote for Trump, and that's 80% white men. There's no reason that there's no reason that high school educated white men should be voting for Republicans. There's just no reason. None. Other than the left has allowed it to happen and the right messages to their fear. No reason. There's just no reason. It used to be a pretty strong, solid chunk of the Democratic base, but not anymore because the right hijacked it because the left let them. So let's address it. Honor working class heroes. Focus on the middle class. Prioritize middle class job growth. Again, these things are related. Investment in housing, investment in infrastructure, reshaping our manufacturing society so that there becomes more jobs. Create jobs for them. We are building a manufacturing future for you and your family. We are building the next wave of global innovation right here in America for you and your family. It's hard to lose an argument like that. It's hard to lose. Frame climate action as pro-jobs and pro-security. Energy independence via renewable energies and other alternative sources. Own the energy independence argument. Do you want us to be energy independent? I do too. I think the only way we can do that is if we invest in other resources. Why not own it? Why not be the leaders in alternative energy and sustainable energy? You know, we don't have to depend. Like, I don't want to be involved in crisis in the Middle East over oil. Do you? No, I don't either. Okay, so then why can't we do it here? Why is China kicking our ass with EV? We can do it better than they can, can't we? Why are other countries investing in rail, high-speed rail? We can do it better than they can, can't we? Own the argument. We gave it away. We gave it away. We gave it away because we let them run with Green New Deal socialism. We gave it away. The left gave it away. What an opportunity it was. And we just said, yeah, well, you guys don't know what you're talking about because, you know, you just want to pollute and pollute and pollute. They don't look at it that way. They don't see it that way. That's a different conversation. We can have that a different day. Right now, we're talking about winning an election. And then message. We love this country. That's why we want to make it better for everyone. I don't think that's... Be honest with yourself. Be honest with yourself. And again, we can love things that have blemishes. When was the last time somebody on the left said, you love your country? Be honest with yourself. Now, you may not, and that's fair. I'm not asking you to. I'm not asking you to make that statement. But from a messaging perspective, again, my strategy here is to what? To win an election. That's what we have to do first to be able to make any changes that we want. Why not just own it? We love our country. We want to make it better for everybody. That's all. We just want to make it. We believe in the American spirit. We believe in the American worker. We believe in our ethos that we've got more opportunities here than anywhere else. We believe in all that shit. We believe in it, and we want to make it better for everyone. If they resist, say, well, why don't you? Why don't you want the best country that we can have?
Wouldn't you like to travel overseas and be able to be proud, again, to say that you're an American citizen, right? Like, you just experienced that. Someone thought you were Canadian in the UK.
They did.
Because you were so nice, right?
That's exactly right. Somebody thought I was Canadian. That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
Over trying to hide the fact that I'm an American when I travel to other countries. Like, I don't want that. Because we should be proud of where we are and who we are. I don't want to be embarrassed of that. No one should want that.
It's funny. I was texting with Eve and Sam. When I'm on my motorcycle, I have a tendency to really think about shit. So I said, I want to do something. I want to figure out a way. One man's idea to change America. Like, I want to get sponsored. I want somebody to sponsor me, and I'm going to drive across the country, whether it be in a Sprinter van or on my motorcycle or whatever that might be. And I want to go into communities in our country. I want to go to small town America. I want to go to fairs. I want to go to farmers markets. I want to go to the city, and I just want to have these conversations with people. Like, we talk about these in terms of this TikTok space is not the best space for it, which is one of the reasons that I don't debate much anymore, because I don't think it serves the greater good. But when you're talking to somebody, humbly speaking, I can talk to anybody. I really can talk. And again, humbly speaking, I'm a good interviewer. I can get people to talking about stuff. Why not do it? Other people do it. If anybody wants to sponsor me, let me know. Different conversation. All right. Again, we love this country. That's why we want to make it better for everybody. And then why this works. Okay? Economic populism wins back the working class voter, including some Trump voters. Everybody can benefit from our economic system. You, me, the middle class in particular. Cultural moderation. Prevent unnecessary alienation of moderates. There are moderates that don't like to engage in the culture wars. So let's stop talking about the culture wars. Let's just talk about it in broad terms. Privacy. Live how you want to live. Let's get the government out of our business. That's an attractive message for moderates. Patriotic framing. Neutralize the anti-American attack. Because there are still people here that all they hear from the left, and we have to own this, we have to own this shit, that we can be perceived as anti-American. Whether it's true or not, there's a perception that that's what's happened. So let's shift the argument. And then security and freedom a security and freedom balance addresses the key GOP advantages. They think of it this way, friends. Think of it this way. The right owns law and order, and they elected a felon. That tells you all you need to know. There's no reason that we can't win the argument on protecting our societies, having a secure border, fixing our policing. There's no, you're right, perception. There's no reason we can't have that argument. So that's my plan. So just to summary is common good capitalism, security and freedom, cultural peace, not cultural war, the freedom to thrive, patriotic progressivism, reclaiming national pride, and why I think it could work. This is there for free.
I was going to say, what the hell? Where is this? Who is hiring you? We need to make sure that this needs packaged. And I don't think no notes. I don't. Yeah. I don't think it could be. I mean, there's even a little bit more. So economic populism should become greater than the culture war. Focus on kitchen table issues, jobs, healthcare, housing. Don't engage in the social debates. They want to engage in the social debates. Don't. I know that's difficult. I know if you are in a marginalized community, I get it. I understand. But your rights are going to be taken away unless we can change the party in power. So maybe to shift the conversation to things that more people would agree on: jobs, healthcare, and housing. Security and compassion, be tough where it matters. Crime on the borders, about humane solutions. Patriotism as progressivism, don't cede national pride to the right. Frame bold reforms as pro-American. And then aspiration over grievance. Lead with hope, not just resistance. I don't think these things are crazy. I really don't. No, it's a big tent. It's a big tent.
It is.
That's the point.
It is.
Right? And if you notice, right, with all the protests that have happened, not just last weekend, but since he got elected, all the protests, right? You think about the reasons people are protesting. There's multiple different reasons. There's multiple different things to get behind. And all of it can be under this tent, right? It's the things that people are upset about. What is the number one reason that people are all over the ick and why Elmo got ran out of town with his tail between his legs, right? Hands off our data, hands off of us. You don't get to touch us. Nobody could argue that we would all feel better if we had our privacy, if we could feel secure that someone's not going to come into our lives and, I don't know, snatch us away and disappear us somewhere, right? Like, it's the sense of security, but not from a lens of control. It's empowering. It's an empowering message. That's what we're missing.
Yeah, we're losing debates because we don't engage in them on topics that we should be engaging and winning with. Vex, thanks. You had a question you said you wanted to ask.
Hey, yeah, man. Love the plan. Love the message. Generally, I think something that you're touching on too that is mostly missed when it comes to the conversation in the debates. Like you said, you don't debate that much anymore. I totally understand why. I think on the left, there's a tendency to kind of feel the need to grab at all of the points, to try to dismantle, to try to undo a lot of the mistruths that are asserted as truth from the right. And one of the things, this kind of gets to the question here, and I hope this doesn't sound like I'm naysaying, but how in your mind do we tackle what I think is a giant issue, in that a lot of the right messaging is based on what I think is the known conclusion that the points fall apart when debated in good faith. And so the points that they run on, like the stuff that you were just saying that we don't want to necessarily engage on, is kind of the core of how the base stays riled up, is by creating like the boogeyman issues, right? This quote unquote transgender for everybody, the invasion at the southern border, the stuff that isn't actually happening, but someone has been convinced truly that this is happening. This is a problem. The Democrats are drinking the blood of babies, like this kind of stuff. Like how do you address that, do you think?
I think it's a great question. I don't think we engage in it. Like that's the point, because it doesn't. So again, the conditioning and the programming of the right, effectively from a political perspective, has been able to convince their voters that's exactly what's happening. So what good does it do? What good has it done us for the last 10 years to try to say you guys are nuts? We continue to lose elections. Don't engage.
I agree, but I think that leaves them to conclude that it is true still. Like I've seen, and I think you've probably seen this too, where like time and time again, we being people who would engage with something like that in a good faith way to be like, hey, so can you explain like why you think this? And then we kind of go down the path of fact finding, and we both find out that that's actually not true. But the person that we're talking to still says, yeah, I still just think that Democrats want to ruin everything. So I'm just sticking with it.
And that's fair. So, and that's very fair. I think this particular strategy that I'm speaking to is not necessarily geared towards your hardcore 20% of the Republican voters, which is identifies as MAGA. There are moderates out there, right? And I'm going to talk about the Obama-Trump voter. That's going to be next. But this message is designed to say, what are the things that we can all agree on? Jobs, healthcare, crime and safety, secure communities. Those are things that we can all agree on. Now, the right is less inclined to say they agree with a Democrat. That's why you don't frame it as a Democrat policy. You frame it as something that's better for America. For what you're talking about, there's I don't know if there's hope for those people. I'm hoping that if they see, because what they want is for us to respond. They want to engage in those conversations. So if we don't engage, it doesn't give it oxygen. I would rather just say, yeah, you can believe what you want. I really would rather talk about jobs, economic reform, and security. I don't know about you. Just own the argument. Again, this is a strategy, and not everybody's good at it. But we can control the things. We can control messaging that we've lost to the right for the wrong reasons. Does that make sense?
Yeah, the strategy makes sense, and I hope it works. I just a part of me feels like it's kind of something that's being built off this presumption that the conversations. I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking about this from a more jaded perspective than one should. But the folks that you're talking about engaging with, I don't know, like, don't you think that like the people that are reasonable enough to have the conversation in a good faith way would have already arrived at that conclusion, maybe not on their own, but
they haven't. That's the point.
Most voters are pretty lazy, though, and not. I'm not saying that disparagingly. Like most voters are just like, I'm just going to go in and roll the dice, right? They're not the people that we tend to come across on these platforms who are engaged, right? Most people just want to, what can I attach to? What can I believe in? Like, yeah, that sounds really good. I could get on with that. I don't want to have to think about it too hard. That's a lot of work. I don't want to have to do that. I want something, like to Steve's point, I want something that's going to inspire me to vote for something, right? I want to get behind a thing.
I see.
You go too deep on it.
You're more talking about the folk. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, you go too deep on it and then you start losing people, which is kind of what we've been talking about with the last campaign. You start to polarize within. I mean, this messaging, to me, the system we have right now is two-party. Which party are you going to choose, right? Which messaging do you want to get behind that feels the best for you and us as a collective?
Yeah, and I think part of this approach is to eliminate the party affiliation and just talk about the things that we can find common ground on. Jobs, healthcare, we can disagree about the implementation. That's why let's not call it Medicare for all anymore. Let's call it something else. It's the same thing. Let's just not let them use it as a talking point. Like defending the rights of individuals should be about privacy. Don't we want people just to be left alone? Don't you want people just to be able to live their lives however they want? Don't you want the government out of your business? Maybe being jaded, this may be coming from a place of privilege, and I'll accept that. But so members of the marginalized communities, LGBTQIA, for example, I would like to think they would just want to be left alone. So let's message to that. People just want to live their lives. People just want to just live their lives. We don't want the government involved. We don't want the government telling us what to do. We want privacy. And again, maybe I'm being too idealistic about this, but we're losing elections. We lost an election, 2 of them, to Donald Trump. Republicans increased their majority in the Senate because we were not able to respond to their hateful rhetoric towards marginalized groups. So let's not discuss it on the individual basis. Let's talk about it collectively.
I agree. No, it does make sense, and I think Amy, you kind of something about the way you worded it there made me realize that the audience that we're talking about here aren't the people who are already digging in and taking sides, and it's not necessarily about changing the minds of the people who feel strongly one way or the other, but pulling people in who are still able to kind of be got.
Yeah, the indifference, the inaction, the apathy. There's nothing exciting about what the progressives have to offer to a lot of folks. There's a lot, and populism. Say what you want about it. It got a felon in office.
Right.
Exactly.
No, I think you're on these like I host my own lives as well, and I talk to lots of people. My kind of, I don't want to call it a shtick because I feel like it ought not to be a shtick, but my whole thing is like, come in good faith, you get good faith back from me. And I kind of tend to match energy with energy, but so many times the conversation begins in what feels like, oh, okay, here's a reasonable person who just happens to have conservative values or happens to support Trump for his or her own personal reasons. And as we get kind of farther and farther into the conversation, it's like the majority of the kind of principles that, well, actually, oftentimes it feels like there's a lack of principles, but it's like a majority of the points, the policies that are being argued from a place where we're presuming something to be true that is at best kind of being strawmanned. At worst, it's just demonstrably false. It seems difficult to be able to consider changing someone's mind in the political landscape currently. And so I think focusing, like you're saying, on remembering that off TikTok, off the people who want to come up and have the public conversation, there still are the regular folks out there that aren't dug in one way or the other and can kind of have that idea incepted of like, oh yeah, that's a good point. I mean, just not having to pay to stay alive.
I think I'm sliding to the right. No, and so I'm glad you brought that up because I was thinking as I was reading through this, because I am a progressive. What I'm talking about here is just reframing what progressives want to make it appealing to people who generally agree with it. They just don't want to be labeled as a progressive. You're not going to find anybody. You're not going to find anybody that's going to say they don't want more high-paying jobs. You're not going to find anybody that doesn't say they don't want more affordable housing, and you're not going to find anybody who say they want their health care to be more affordable. So
all of that still stipulates that, yes, we believe in human rights. Yes, we believe in equality. Yes, we believe in fighting for making everyone great. That doesn't ignore the fact that there are problems within our country that we need to fix in those areas, right? We're not saying there aren't blemishes. We're just saying, hey, we've got some things we can get behind. And you said this too, Steve. It's like so often we're on defense of like, that's gross, that's ick. Why do you believe in that? Well, okay, give me something to believe in then. Give me something to get excited about. Give me something to fire up my amygdala to go get in a booth and vote for somebody, right? Let me get on that bus.
Yeah, Maria, again, Vex, thanks for jumping in today. I appreciate you. Got a lot of folks
sure thing. Thanks for having me here.
Appreciate it. Maria, no, not ignoring marginalized communities. Absolutely not. Not ignoring. But our defense, our full-throated, 10 toes down support and defense of marginalized communities has not changed the narrative enough because Donald Trump got elected twice. What I'm saying is you go even harder in support of marginalized communities. You just package it in a different way. It's more palatable for everyone. When you talk about it in terms of individual rights in marginalized communities, the message is not resonating. So if you make it more big picture about we want equity for everybody, we want the government to leave us alone, we want more access to jobs, we want fairer wages, we want more affordable housing, all those things, at least from my perspective, addresses the needs of marginalized communities to be recognized more in our society. I am a true blue progressive. I believe that everyone should have access to I believe in a system where, you know what I believe. I don't need to reiterate it, but what I'm trying to say, we can address the same thing, but what we're doing now is not winning elections. And I want to win elections.
Yeah, I want to get behind things. Like Vex just said, it's about, we want to get behind things. We want to be able to say, I mean, who would argue against kids eating?
Exactly. Don't you believe that?
Eating.
Yeah, don't you believe we should figure out a way to make sure that we can feed our children? You can't have a good faith conversation. People on TikTok won't have that conversation because a lot of people are here just for the clicks. But when you're having a conversation in your community, no one is going to stand up there and say, I don't believe that children should eat. Again, this may be a bit idyllic, I understand, but I'm trying to frame the same things that we all care about just in a different, more palatable way so that we can start winning elections. Blackwells.
Catherine will
Hi,
do.
Catherine. Hi, Catherine. How are you?
I'm great. Thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
I was listening in the car. I had to get home so I could reply. I am a New Englander. To my west is Lexington and Concord. Above me is Salem, Mass, where we had the witch trials. When you're a New Englander, you feel like you are the most patriotic. And I think that here, I don't think the right is patriotic at all. I think they're a bunch of clowns who haven't been touched by the Scottish Enlightenment, which was such a big part of when this nation finally got founded and our laws done. I don't know how we gave it up. They don't deserve to be called patriotic. We're the ones who threw tea. We're the ones who overthrew a king. How they got the mantle of patriotic really confuses me, except to think maybe we let it go. What do you think?
Well, that's exactly the point that I was trying to make, right? So instead of us focusing on telling them that they're not patriotic, we need to be reminding more people that we truly are. We truly believe in our country, that we truly believe in the opportunities that we all have here. And we're willing to defend the Constitution. We're willing to support what our founding fathers stood for. It's just a matter of shifting the way in which we talk about it. It's not pandering. I'm not catering to the right. I want to, in fact, on the absolute opposite is true. I want to take back the argument.
I do too.
To say, it's just like it's easy for us, and I'm guilty of this too, which again, one of the many reasons that I don't debate anymore is because it's easy to demean. And in many cases, it's justifiable. But we're not winning elections. It's not an effective strategy.
I can remember when you live in this part of the country. I think you do too. Maybe you're in New England.
I do.
They bring you to the Salem Witch Trial Museum when you're a teenager, and they explain to you how it can go wrong. And those lessons stick. It really scares you. That museum is 100 years old. It's creepy.
It is creepy.
They got those old mannequins and everything. It'll scare the wits out of you if you're a kid. I feel like we need to teach that. I can remember in 1989, I'm old, when the Supreme Court said it was okay to burn the flag. And discussing that with my now late grandfather, he could not get that concept. No, we're so powerful. We're so confident in who we are that you can burn the flag. We'll let you do it.
Yeah.
The right seems to have a real hard time with that concept. And I don't know, is it education? Do we need to do a better job teaching people? Because protest is so American.
Yeah, I mean, that speaks to my core. You know, I every single day I talk about how we need to be overfunding public education. And I think what I did is in an attempt to address this, and we talked about, I forget the term again, the legitimation strategy. Basically you tell when enough people are convinced that the system is the issue, you break the system, and your solution to the system is to privatize it because people get punished. The left has to do a better job of coalescing around big picture messages that are more inclusive.
And you have to
that's the issue.
You have to tap into people's emotions. You can spit facts all day, and facts are a beautiful thing. Don't get me wrong. The facts matter, and they always will. However, people vote on their fifis. And we have to give them some feelings to vote with, right? You've got to inspire. It's all about that drive, and that's that emotional drive. And we see it. We see it on the right. Those feelings are strong. Let's take those feelings, take that energy, take the power of feelings and use it to our advantage for a change.
How much of a problem do you think it is that we old New Englanders, like for instance, my mother is a very proud colonial dame. We go way back. Now, you hear the word colonial and colonization, and you go, oh, God, cringe. Do you think that's part of why the left is frowned upon, because we have these old traditions?
That's an interesting question. I think conversely, though, if that were the case, then I would rather us double down on it to say, listen, you know, people, New Englanders, we're the original patriots. We're the ones that have been here the longest. We're the ones that wrote the Constitution, that wrote the Bill of Rights, that were the ones that threw tea in the harbor.
Yes.
That'd be on us, right? And if you want to talk about it in terms of from a patriotic perspective, I just wish we owned it more, and we don't. We gave it up. It's not the right didn't take it. We gave it up because we didn't fight for it. You know,
well, with your help, Steve, we're going to get it back.
I'm trying.
I truly
Thank
do
you,
think
Catherine.
we're the right side. Thank you, sir.
I appreciate it very much.
Well, I think we start by, taking back the Constitution, right? That to me, I feel like it is an opportunity, right? Like, come on now. It's a beautiful document. It was written to be so thorough in so many ways. And I don't know about everyone else, but I have been sleeping on our Constitution for the majority of my life until recently, and have been underappreciating it, and definitely have now seen it is only a piece of paper, though. It is only a piece of paper in as much as it takes the people of this country to uphold it.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. It's a good way to frame it. I mean, think of it this way, and like I said, I want feedback on this. And if people think that this is leaning too far to the right, I can understand why you would say that. But just think about what it is that I talk about up here every single day, and think about what I went through. These are all things that we discuss. My brain thinks of ways that we can message in a different way. I'm still about making sure that we're prioritizing healthcare and education. It's just the way in which the left has been talking about it is not effective. So we've got to reframe it. Opportunity for all. Let's focus on vocational schools. Reframe Medicare for all and call it something else. So we can it's the same exact thing. I still stand 10 toes down as an accomplice for marginalized communities, and I always will. But the way in which the centrist left, in particular, where the money comes from, sadly, in our party, it's not helping us win elections. It's just not. There's absolutely, gerrymandering aside, there's no reason why Democrats should not be the majority party in the House every election because of the things that we stand for. But we've taken the bait too often on the culture war issue.
And I think you brought up so many points where the majority of people, I mean, you look at the polling, the majority of people can agree on many of the things you listed.
Correct.
How do you not capitalize on that? That's the only way we win, because the money, if we don't, the money will win. Right? The money wins if we don't get together, because our voices are louder and more powerful than all the money. But not until we get it together, right? It's got to be a coalescing. And the only way you coalesce all the individual, amazing, unique human beings in this country is you have to package it in a way that speaks to multiple audiences. Right? We've all got our favorite things, right? We've all got our passion projects. We've all got the thing, like, we all have the things that matter to us. But I promise you, being from the middle of the Middle West, where, farmers in the fields, smack dab in the middle, the farmers in the fields, they're not moved by a lot of the left messaging because it's right or wrong. It doesn't impact them. It doesn't move them to vote on a certain way.
Doesn't.
So this, and while I get everybody's like, oh, I don't know about this, to your point, you are an expert at strategizing. You understand how to package the messaging to gather the most. We want people who are like-minded, and we also have people who have very different views, but in this system, how do we get together? There's so much polarizing, infighting. How do we get together in a very polarized world? How do we pull everyone together and have our power of numbers? We saw the display of the numbers in the streets over the weekend. We saw the power that we have to destroy a birthday party hope.
I know.
We see it, and I think this is exciting. I mean, this is exciting. I hope that we can keep talking about this because it gives me hope.
Little subtleties from messages, I think, are really, really important, because if you think about campaign ads and campaign signs for Republican candidates, what do they all include? The American flag.
Yeah,
everyone.
Saw a lot of those flags out in the street over the weekend.
And do you see that when you see a Democrat campaigning by and large? The answer is no. So that means, from the perception of the people who don't do this every single day, that Republicans stand for America and Democrats don't. That's a simple shift, right? Yep. It's a simple shift to what you just spoke about the Midwestern voter. I mean, the hard part for us is that I know, first of all, thank you all for being here every single day. I really, really appreciate it. And we're engaged in this kind of stuff. And I am, aside from my job, my company, I am engaged as a political content. So I pay attention. Traditional Midwestern voter who might believe in family values, but at the end of the day has a good heart, just wants to be left alone. They may be a Trump voter, and what they hear is transgender for everyone and open borders. Well, Mr. Trump says, the borders are open and everybody wants to be transgender. The message resonates with them because it's all they hear. It's all they hear. There's no pushback. There's no pushback at all. My 80-something
aunts and uncles that still live there. It's like even they have seen, it's been a tipping point. They're kind of my little litmus test, I guess, for even my uncle is now posting on Facebook about when Elmo left. He was like, well, one king down, one to go. And I'm just like, what? Uncle Dave? Say what? And he's the most Republican of Republican in my family, probably. And so, yeah, there's something about this that I think will really speak to a large swath of people, and that's what we need. We need the numbers. We need the numbers.
Hey, Chris, how are you?
Hey, Steve. Good. How you doing, kid?
I'm good, brother. Good to see you, kid.
All right. Listen, you're absolutely right. You hit the nail on the head on a lot of things, because a friend of mine always used to say, anyone who works for a living and votes Republican is beyond me, because it's ridiculous. So you're absolutely right. The Democrats are horrible at messaging. They're also horrible at putting out what they've actually done that has helped. I mean, you can say what you want about Biden, but a lot of legislation he got passed is going to have long-term positive impacts. That Chip and Science Act alone.
Huge,
absolutely huge. But also, we can't just put it on the party. We have to put it on the people, because you can go on about how wonderful it was that everyone was out in the No Kings rally, and it was, but when it comes down to it, they got to get their ass to the polls.
Preach,
and simple as that. You can't sit there and then go vote in the primary and your guy didn't win, or Bernie didn't win, and be Bernie Bro. Well, I'm not going to vote now. I don't like this guy. Well, listen, you have to decide. You have to say, listen, I may not like this guy who is my choice, but the other guy is much worse, and look what we got now. And the reason Trump is in there, you can say, yes, it is sexism. Yes, it is racism. But it's more than that. It's more apathy because so many people who were eligible to vote didn't get their ass in gear and get out there and vote. And all these people who are out there protesting for Gaza said, oh, I'm not going to vote because the Democrats aren't doing anything for Gaza. You think it's better now for the Palestinians with Trump in there? It's not. It's worse.
It was never going to be better.
The fact of the matter is people have to get off their ass, get out there and vote. Just don't sit there and protest. Go and do it. And if you want change, you know what? Vote in such numbers that you force them to change.
Exactly. Overwhelming. A mandate.
Yeah. If you want a more progressive candidate or a more liberal candidate, get them out there. Get them votes.
Correct.
You can go on about Citizens United and all the money, and yes, it's awful. But you know how you defeat that? You get off and you vote.
Correct.
If everybody votes, they can spend all the money they want. It's not going to matter if you get out there and vote. And that's what it comes to.
Well said, bro.
You know?
Well said.
But you're absolutely 100% right on messaging. And I think as far as the whole thing with the drinking babies' bloods or the caravan, you know what? The people who believe that aren't going to vote for you anyway. So you know what? Embrace it. Make a joke out of it. Come on stage and go, oh, I feel great now. I just had a baby backstage and I got my indigos going. Stuff like that. Just embrace it. Make a joke out of it.
I don't disagree. Like we said earlier, like if they are still in that particular camp, I don't even know why we would bother engaging. It's unnecessary because you're not going to change their mind. If they are that far down the road, to Vex's point earlier, like, what about, obviously we know it's not true. Why bother engaging? You're not going to change their mind.
Exactly. You're not.
So, yeah.
And also, the Democrats have an incredible opportunity right now because there is no heir apparent to Donald Trump. None whatsoever. The Republicans do not have an heir apparent. And you're absolutely right because you have the split, you have the fact.
Correct.
Vance is not electable. I mean, they can throw all the money at him. He is a stiff board. Same with the and so forth. There's no heir apparent at all for the Republican Party. So if the Democrats can get off their ass and get the messaging, and one thing they can message is don't go out there and message saying you're going to impeach Donald Trump. You're not going to impeach Donald Trump. You're not going to get 67 votes. You're not going to impeach him. You can turn around and impeach. You can get, if they get in power, they can impeach Pete Kegsbreath because you're going to have the Republicans defend Signalgate if they want to keep him in there. So you can go after the cabinet, but don't sit there and run on you're going to impeach Trump. It's not going to happen. We can wish all we want. It's not going to happen. But just go and hit the opposite. Go, look, this is what we've done. This is what we want to do. You want to keep Medicaid? Listen, they're getting rid of it. They're taking food out of kids' mouths. They're taking this person who's been here 20 years, hasn't committed a crime, cleans your house, and they're shipping them out of the country. That's where the message has to be.
I agree. I mean, because I guess the whole point of this is that the strategy or lack thereof that we have been using has continued to keep us from winning elections that we should be winning easily because of who's in the White House. Thanks for jumping in today, bro.
All right.
I appreciate you. See you later, man. Hey, take care. Good old New England. Good job, kid. Appreciate you being here, kid.
Good job, kid. Good job, kid.
All right.
The power of the protests, too, I just want to add, I think it's important for both, right? Because the protests, especially at the large numbers that are happening now, next one will be July 17th, by the way, the organized indivisible one. It's a good trouble celebrating John
I need a quick
Lewis.
break. I'll be right back. You good?
Yes, I'm good.
I'll be right back. Okay.
The protests, I think, for those who went out and protested, fantastic. The protest, the organized indivisible celebrating John Lewis.
I need a quick break. I'll be right back.
I think for those who went for the people who can't go out and protest, because even if you if you're unable to go out, being able to see the large numbers, that feels so inspiring to know that, it's not just me. I'm not the only one feeling like we're in a hostile government takeover situation, right? Like, I think maybe my vote will matter this time, right? I think maybe there's enough the people out there who are feeling like we're not having this and I don't want to have this, but I maybe can't go out and show that I don't want to have this. I can still be inspired by the fact that there's a lot of people out there who who are not wanting this, and I'm gonna be more likely to show up. So I think those protests will continue to drive it, and I think Tim Snyder talks about this, right? It's like there's a value to the protests, not just the protests themselves, but the messaging that it sends those who aren't out there. If you see a small one, that's one thing. But if you continue to see them over and over and over, multiple times, you begin to see that, maybe this time I think I will go vote because I think it'll matter. I think it'll matter this time. There might be enough of us to make a difference.
I want people to know that I am never going to relent my progressive values. I am never going to stop fighting for public education being overfunded, for teachers being prioritized in our society. I am never going to stop fighting for women's rights to their bodies or the rights of the marginalized communities to exist in our country. I'm never going to stop fighting for the things that I truly care about. I want to win elections.
And you can do that.
You can do that. We can package the same thing. So again, I'll post this in the Discord link, clean it up because it's my notes and it's all over the place. But if you look at what it is that I'm talking about, it's not relenting on anything. It's just framing it differently so it's more palatable. Because the individual culture war battles that we've been fighting, as important as they are for the recognition of the communities that are being oppressed, it's not helping us win. It's not. And I want to win elections so that we can move our country further left, so that we become a society that I believe in. I truly believe in. I believe in the opportunities that exist. And I think some of the things that we're talking about today, again, I can take the criticism. That's fine. That's why we're here. I want to shift now a little bit to talk about the Obama-Trump voter, because this has always been something that has fascinated me. And this relates to a lot of the things that we just discussed. It's about 7 to 10% of people that voted for Obama not only voted for Trump once, but voted for him more than once. So the question is why? So critical swing demographic that played a pivotal role in the 2016-2020 elections, especially in the Midwest and the Rust Belt. These voters are often working class. And again, think about the messaging the exercise that we just went through, right? Identifying things that we could all find as common ground to coalesce around: jobs, cheaper health care, more housing, all that kind of stuff, right? These voters are often working class, culturally moderate to conservative, and feel economically left behind and politically ignored. That group of people voted for Barack Obama, okay? Now, if you were to say, okay, if I were to ask you a question in the dark to say, so who do you think a working class, culturally moderate to conservative, economically left behind, and politically ignored person voted for? Most of you would say Trump, if you're being honest. Those people voted for Barack Obama, okay? So the shift was because, in my opinion, the Democrats stopped messaging the way Barack Obama was. He spoke of inspirational politics. He spoke of change. Similarly with Bernie. A lot of the same Bernie voters voted for Trump for a lot of the same reasons, okay? So let's kind of dissect it. Why? Common ground, bold future strategy. It's kind of how I'm looking at it. How do we reconnect with this group? Can we? Can we reconnect with that group? They voted for Barack Obama. I'm not talking about the extremists. I'm talking about the people who voted for Barack Obama. This is how, again, from exit polling, this has been studied now for over a decade. We know, again, the group, working class, culturally moderate to conservative, feeling economically left behind, and politically ignored. White men. A lot of white men in that group, okay? These voters support Obama due to economic populism and hope change messaging. Switched to Trump because they felt betrayed by both parties, valued authenticity, and responded to anti-elite, pro-worker rhetoric. Are not strictly ideological. They often support progressive economic policies, but are wary of rapid social change and resent being talked down to. Condescension. Again, these are voters that vote. This is the part of the Obama coalition, they called it, right? Similarly to the Clinton coalition, but just the tent became bigger, okay? Amy Dunn, any issue with speaking to former Obama voters that voted for Trump? Meaning, I'm not going to say any issues with it, but there's justification as to, let me rephrase again, they found something in Trump because if they shifted their vote from Obama, it wasn't based on MAGA, it was based on the fact that they felt betrayed by both parties. They valued authenticity. They're working class voters. They're conservative to moderate. Democrats lost them. Trump didn't win them. Would you agree?
Yeah, I would agree. I think that, to your point, they didn't feel like they were being spoken to.
Correct.
Right? It became they were spoken at. They were chastised for being not part of a lot of things, right? Like, how could you not support that? The chastising, right? And I think it's been 10 years since he came down that escalator.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, that I remember the 2004 address that Obama gave at the DNC, at the convention.
Amazing.
And I was like, that man's going to be president. And that wasn't about anything other than my feelings. I was like, ooh, he's inspiring, right?
Correct.
And I'm a thinker. I'm a facts person. But woo, he moved me, right? And he moved people in a wide range of people could get behind that. Yes, we can. We the people can.
Yeah.
And that got lost in the sauce.
Yeah, Sarah, I get your comment. It says, but Trump is based in lies, so are we supposed to lie? No. What we're talking about here is a large chunk of voters that supported Barack Obama because of the things that he spoke to. He spoke to hope. He spoke to change. He spoke to them about economic inequality, about populism, about not feeling left behind. He made them feel that they were part of something.
And
it's not about lying. It's about reframing the message and reframing the packaging to find more of those voters again. Because when more voters vote, the left wins elections.
And lies are not inspiring. Yeah. Lies are not. They hit them in the fifis, right? We don't have to lie to be inspiring, though, right?
Correct.
Nobody's saying that. We can be honest and true to our compass and still package it in a way that speaks to people in a wide range of areas and have people feel like they can get behind it. Because those of us who are in these spaces, we know what we stand for. We know what we stand for, but not everybody is that, right? Not everybody is that. I tell you, there's people that I come into contact with that don't even know what's going on. You would think like that's crazy talk. No, there's people out there who just, I can't deal with it. It's too much to focus on. It's this muzzle velocity is working. We need our own muzzle velocity of things that inspire, of things that people can get behind, of things that we can all be driven to the polls for, right?
Exactly. So then to tailor a message to go after, again, my mind was exploding last night, to focus on that group of people that Trump didn't draw, the Democrats lost, because the Democrats shifted messaging away from the Rust Belt, away from rural America, away from the middle class. It's, again, to be objective, two things can be true. The Democratic Party stands more for human rights and equality, but our messaging was not consistent enough to keep focus on a core element of our base. As much as we want to expand to a big tent, there's a lot of voters that felt disenfranchised by the Democratic Party, and the Democrat leadership has to own that. So if they won't, I'm doing it.
Was powerful.
Yeah, if they don't, I'm going to do it for them.
Right.
So respect, work, America. Respect their values. Again, we're talking. So this section, if you're just joining us, this is just for the Obama to Trump pipeline. Those people, how could we lose 7 to 10% of the Obama coalition voted for Trump at least once? Okay? That's mind-boggling to think about, but this is why. I have a needy client. I have to wait because we're doing this now. Respect their values: patriotism, work ethic, family, and fairness. Those shouldn't be uncomfortable conversations, right? Like we said, we're talking about this is a combination of things. We're talking about taking back the flag, so to speak, right? Taking back patriotism. So let's find common ground on patriotism, right? Again, these are people, I'm not talking about hardcore MAGA, okay? I'm talking about some of them might have become hardcore MAGA. I'm focused on the 7 to 10% of people that shifted from Barack Obama to Donald Trump. That's who this message is for, okay? So let's, if we can, folks, just let me get through this here, right? Give me the grace to get through this conversation because it will all make sense at the end. Respect their values, patriotism, work ethic, family, and fairness. Affirm their economic struggles. Talk directly to them, not at them, about jobs, wages, and costs, not abstract inequality. We're all in this together. You guys would agree that Barack Obama gave us a message that we can unify about how there's inequality in our economic system, about how corporations are ripping us off, right? Yeah, common ground. Distance from elite identity politics. Focus on shared struggles, not group grievances. The perception that many people on the right have, whether it be real or not, but there's enough of a perception that's keeping us from winning elections, is that the left has become a party of elitists. Some of it's true. You have to own it. Simultaneously, we've got people complaining about Ivy League educations on the right who are educated at Ivy League schools, right? So what I'm saying is try to go back to the working class roots that built the Democratic Party. Part of the Obama coalition was the expanded access to the voter roll, right? More people means we win elections. Again, that shouldn't be a stretch. This is not sacrificing your values. This is not moving away from the things you care about. This is not pandering to the right. This is because it's not just about the left, the far left, and the far right that vote. Moderates decide elections in our country. They're the ones that do. They're the ones that break the tie in the House when legislation's being passed, and they're the ones that decide elections. We can't ignore them. They're there. MAGA, the people that are believing that we're drinking baby's blood, they're fucking lost. I'm not talking to them. I'm talking to the Obama to Trump pipeline and how we get them back. Reject smugness and moral superiority. I think people on the left, and I'll put myself in the bucket. There's been times when I've felt that I perhaps didn't use enough humility when speaking to people. Use humility. Listen more. Tell stories. Use anecdotes. We're trying to find that group of people. Again, the Obama to Trump voter. That's what I'm saying. There was a reason they voted for Barack Obama, right? There's a reason that they voted for Barack Obama. We know what that reason was because they told us. To summarize, hold on. They told us it was about working class, cultural, moderate to conservative, feeling economically left behind and politically ignored. They told us they went to Trump because those are the things that they felt. So why not go back to what they told us and focus on that again? It's not rocket science. Or it's a friend of mine used to say, it's not rocket surgery. Okay, so how about we modify Obama's platform, right, to attract those people back to the fold, so to speak. If you work hard, you shouldn't be poor.
Me chill.
Right. It's not about race. You don't want to talk about it in terms of, let's focus on the fact that they believe hard work should matter. So let's use that. If you work hard, you shouldn't be poor.
And really, when you think about it, really, truly, none of us want to think that we're minimum wage people, right? None of us want to be reduced to a higher minimum. That doesn't make any sense. If we work hard, we will reap the benefits of working hard. We don't get to reap the benefits now because it sucks. Even as hard as we can work. I mean, for crying out loud. Oh, Darius just got doged. His whole department got axed. As of yesterday. Right? Like, this is not the life anybody voted for. Well, he's a badass, so I'm not worried about that in the slightest. But just to the point, right? Like, none of us have to work this hard. Our American dream has been lost. We need our American dream back, damn it.
If you work hard, you shouldn't be poor. That's not, again, this whole thing today is I'm trying to frame this from up here, right? Say, listen, can we all agree that if we work hard, we shouldn't be poor? Of course. Cool. Awesome. Moving on. Rebuild industry, manufacturing, like I said, innovative technology, advancing technology, leading the world in why would we lose why would we lose the manufacturing argument to China when it comes to innovation? Let them manufacture widgets. Their society is built for it. We're not going to do that. We're going to revolutionize manufacturing. We're going to build the next series of assembly lines. We are going to invest in green energy technology so that the world can take advantage of American excellence. Just frame it differently. Energy, infrastructure, tax the ultra wealthy and keep the jobs at home. Trade deals that benefit American workers, not just corporations, for a change. How about that? That would work right in their sweet spot now. And then strong unions. Let's go back to prioritizing unions, protect the rights, the labor rights of everybody, whether you're in a union or not. You have weekends off, thank a union worker. You have paid holidays, thank a union worker. Frame it as worker freedom, not liberal activism. Frame it as worker freedom, not liberal activism, even though many of them are participants in unions or members thereof. How the fuck did we lose that argument? How did we lose those voters? How did we lose? And the weird part about it is the majority of labor unions in our country still vote left, but they support this weird fucking twist. Don't let them take that back. Take that back. The Democratic Party should be the party of the worker. You supported Barack Obama because he stood for that, and then for some reason, because we stopped messaging to it, we gave millions of votes to Donald Trump. Controlled legal immigration and American labor first. Again, this is speaking directly to Obama voters who voted for Trump. Secure borders, make it a fair system. That's the headline. Tough but fair border security. We don't think we need a wall. These are the things that we think we need to do. We don't have to get into those specifics, but again, high level. Tough but fair. Crack down on illegal hiring by corporations. Streamline legal immigration for those who play by the rules. Again, using their words, okay? There's a strategy here. Focus immigration policy on protecting wages and jobs for Americans. Increase the worker pool because we all rise. The more efficient we are, the better we all are, right? We struggle now because we don't have enough people to fill the jobs. So use it as an economic talking point. Cultural stability and local control. Don't mess with my kids or my town. Don't mess with my kids or my town. Parental involvement in schools, we already have that. The right has co-opted that message, thinking that the only people who show up at school board meetings are the people who demand that the books about queer kids are taken out of classrooms. No. Parental involvement, we're always agree that the parents should have more voices in their school. Yeah, then we agree. Moving on. Don't force culture wars in schools. The right does. I should have rephrased that. Don't allow culture wars to be forced in schools. I'm going to change that up. Teach core skills. Critical thinking, math, civics. Just own the education argument. Just own it. There's no reason we should be losing. There's no reason we should be losing the argument when it comes to education when we are the people who believe in public education. We gave it to them. We lost it because people, back to Chris's point earlier, apathy. The reason that Moms of Liberty, right? the reason that Moms of Liberty took over education is because we fucking let them. Because people the right, Lauren Boebert's in Congress because she ran unopposed. School board seats get filled by people because Democrats, liberals, whatever else, decide it's not important enough and then bitch about it later. Local voices in public safety. Police reform that respects good officers and highlights the fact that there is potential to, I believe it's an ACAP system. I get it. I understand. But we got to change the argument. Let's move away from the police argument to say we want to invest. We want to spend money to make our law enforcement system fair, equitable. We want to train our officers to not be there to just kneel on people. We want to make sure that they have awareness around how they profile individuals. Here's the education opportunity. And then to give them access to resources from a mental health perspective. There are models. California has a system. Canada has a system. There are models that can work.
Who could argue
patriotism without
against investing in? I said, who could argue against investing in community safety? Who would argue against
that? Exactly. This goes back to the message that I shared earlier. Okay, patriotism without apology. America's not perfect, but I believe it's worth fighting for. Emphasize veterans, emphasize the flag, and speak in terms of national pride. Why don't we don't do that? Because for some reason, it seems like we don't want to fly the flag because we don't want to be assumed that we're MAGA. That's on us. It's not on them. That's on us. We just, again, we let that go. We let them take that away. Patriotism without apology. Okay? Policies are framed as protecting American strength and independence. We believe that we need to support our military. We want to make sure that we have secure borders. We want to make sure that we are addressing crime. We don't believe anybody should be, and we believe in legal immigration. We want to help people who want to go through the process to get access. We want to speed up the time. We want to make sure that we are focusing on that. We want to keep our communities safe, right? And then national service programs. I went back and forth on this one, civilian and military. I would say it may not be a bad idea to promote these things more because I believe we have we have serious issues with civics educations. People don't know how government runs. Now that might be a change at the curriculum level of school. Like I've said, if you want to make me happy for the rest of my life, put me in charge of curriculum at a school that focuses on civic education, critical thinking, and compassion. I'd love to do that. That's how I would love to live out my days. Those kinds of things. Job Corps, whatever that might be. So then you can do it. Then it becomes like the slogan. So this is where my marketing brain kicked into gear. Work dignity country. 3 words. We take care of our own. Rebuild America from the bottom up. And you work hard, we got your back. I don't think anything that we discussed today is too far away from the things that we talk about in terms of what we care about and what we prioritized. When I asked this question last week, it was interesting the answers I got. I said, what does America prioritize? And the answer is we prioritize billionaires. That is the reality. We prioritize billionaires. Democratic status quo politicians support it as well. We've allowed it to happen. We have allowed the things that we truly say we care about as a nation to be co-opted by right-wing rhetoric and the billionaire class. Because we didn't fight for it. We let it happen. Apathy took over. We said, I can't change the system. They're all the same. 2 wings of the same bird, 2 sides of the same coin. We gave it to them. They were prepared to take it, but we gave it to them. Things to do and things not to do. Actually, I did one other thing. This is ground game because I believe that politics is local. I really believe that by electing down progressives is how you get changes to the House, is how you get changes to the overall perception of society, and how we shift the argument entirely to the left because ideologically, people want women's rights to their bodies protected. People want to support diversity. People want a safe and responsible firearm legislation. People want billionaires to be taxed more, and people want a shakeup in our two-party system. Those are not progressive ideals. They may have started that way, but that's what America wants. The overwhelming majority of American citizens want that.
They're quite popular. Mm-hmm.
They are. So talk about hard work and earned success, but don't say privilege or imply moral failings or moral failings. Do criticize the elites, both left and right. I do that every day. Don't criticize middle America or rural voters. Again, the Obama group of people that voted for Obama that then voted for Trump. Okay? Frame policies as patriotic. I want to talk about making sure that every single child in America, because I am such a patriot, I want to ensure that every child in America gets to eat because I'm a patriot. Because I'm a patriot, I want to ensure that every American has access to affordable health care because I'm a patriot. Because I'm a patriot, I believe that the veteran community should be supported so we can address the issues of 22 a day because I'm a patriot. Fucking own it. Don't frame them as woke or as academic, meaning the messaging that we've allowed the right to say is that Democrats are too far gone, they're too woke. And then lead with jobs and cost of living, so we can avoid leading with gender and or climate framing. Again, not that we shouldn't be talking about gender or race or whatever that might be. It's not helping us win elections, friends. I want to win elections.
And we can address those issues in specific policies, right? Like the policy talk will organically come from this, but this is all high level stuff. And I think that's what it's a lot of folks are having a hard time. It's like, I get it. That doesn't exclude the things we've already talked about, right? We know what we believe in, and none of this excludes that. That's the important thing.
And then I have this whole short video series idea that I wanted to do about my trip across America. I want to get sponsored. Call it Real Talk from Real America, right? Interviews with auto workers, farmers, coal miners, veterans, single moms, single dads, healthcare workers, community activists, people that are out there doing the work every day, who may have never watched TikTok Live, who are not active, who may be apathetic, right? Focus on values, frustrations, and hopes, and then keep the vibe working class focus, straightforward and not from Montana. If you want to win the race, be yourself, be your true self, be your authentic self. Don't try to be something else. Be proud of where you come from. Be proud of your folks. Be part of the fact that you may not be a polished speaker. Authenticity, exactly. So that's my plan.
Yeah, sign me fucking up, dude. That's amazing.
My plan.
I have capitalism to go to, my friend, but
I got you.
This has been one of the most inspiring lives, I think, that you've done. And so thank you for all your incredible work. Cookie got us going down a rabbit hole. You clearly went way further down than I did, because
Yeah.
But wow, I'm so glad you did. This is great. I want to we need to keep talking about this. And I love you beyond measure. Thank you for letting me out and listen to your genius. And you can yeet me. Whee!
I got you. See you later, friend. Have a good day of capitalism. Okay. So the thing is, this is the thing, guys. These conversations, and I want to make sure people understand. I want to make sure that people really, really understand. And I want the criticism. And if people think this is shifting too far right, I can understand why you'd say that. But if we go back to the original package, what the policy ideas are, right? The policy ideas are the same things that I've wanted, just packaged differently. The example is, where is it? Where is it? Hold on a second. I know it's here someplace. I forgot what I named it as. Medicare, choice in your health care as opposed to Medicare for all. It's the same thing. It's just Medicare for all doesn't land on the right because they see it as socialism because they've been told it's socialism, right? Again, the categories are this: common good capitalism, economic populism without polarization, right? So this is the summary behind the whole thing. Economic populism is greater than culture wars. Focus on kitchen table issues, jobs, healthcare, housing, rather than allowing them to control the argument with divisive debate. They want you to engage on the issues that they tell you are important to you. When Donald Trump goes on True Social and says transgender for everyone and open borders, he wants his base to salivate over that. Don't engage. Say, we believe in individual rights and freedoms. Why don't you? We just believe that everybody should have the right to exist. Why don't you? Let them wear that shame. Right? Let them wear that shame. How do we teach them that socialism helps? We can't, because they've been told that socialism is the enemy, even though they live in it every single day. Security plus compassion. Be tough where it matters. Crime and on the border, but humane about it. Our immigration policy should be based on humanitarian need, economic need, and family reunification, in my opinion. If we have those, if those are the tenets, I got that from Rollo. If those are the tenets of our immigration policy, then we can't lose. Immigration, we can flex our immigration based on economic need. Why do you think Trump changed his policy on immigration? Why do you think he said stop going after our agriculture workers and people that are in hospitality and restaurant workers and, and hotel and leisure? It's because he saw the truth. He knows that apathetic Americans aren't going to take those jobs. Need immigration. We can fix our immigration system when it comes to economic needs, right? Humanitarian. Don't demonize people. Accept the fact that people want to come here still, right? And then family reunification. If families are separated because of immigration policies, then change the policy. Everything that we talked about this morning are the same things that we've always talked about, just framed differently. And when I went through this exercise, what I found was we gave it up. We gave up these arguments. We allowed the right to co-op it, and like I said, they were prepared to do it. Defund the police, for example, right? Thank you, Lainey. Defund the police, for example. We let them take that conversation. That wasn't the case. We know the crime rates are higher in red states. We know that. We know the overwhelming majority of homicides exist in red states. We know that shit. We gave it to them. So if that's going to be their focus, we'll say, oh, actually, we want to increase funding to law enforcement. We want to make our streets safer. Let them counter it. Let them say, oh, no, you don't. Well, here's an example of how we want to do that. And then we can get into the wonky, policy stuff later. I know the shirt, right? I agree. It shouldn't be that complicated. These are things that are not so far out of scope. Where we lose the fight is when we allow it to happen. We can't engage on every single culture war issue. We can't. They want us to. We can't do it. We're not going to win elections. If we do that, then nothing is going to change. And I don't know how to convince you guys otherwise, other than to lay the whole thing out. So that's why I did it. Get outside. Good morning. How are you? Get out. Hi there.
Can you hear me?
I can. Yes.
So I just kind of called in on the back of it, but unfortunately, a lot of the stuff
you're a little bit muted. Can you get either closer to your mic? You're just a little bit muted.
It's already too late for that. People already speed. So when you try to reframe it, they're either not going to believe you, or two, the people that are already on the far left are not going to want to agree to that.
Well, what's the far left, sir? Tell me what you think the far left is.
What I would say is the far left are the open borders people.
Okay, well, there are no open borders people.
Oh, right? But there are.
People no.
But there are. You can try to reframe it and say that they're not.
No, they're not.
And basically what you're saying is...
You're proving my point, though. The people that tell you that the left supports open borders are people like Donald Trump. We don't believe that. Let me give you an example, okay?
You may not believe that.
Well,
I know half a dozen leftists that do believe it.
Okay, great. Let me role play with you, okay? Do you believe that we should fix our immigration system?
Absolutely.
So do I. Common ground. Do you believe that we should create a system where we prioritize people who want to have access to legal immigration and address our issue regarding illegal immigration? Do you agree with that?
Absolutely.
Common ground. You see?
Right.
It's not that hard.
See, you and I are older Americans, and we can come to common ground. A lot of people don't want to come to common ground, and that's on both sides. I ain't saying it's just on one side. It's on both sides. People don't want to come to common ground. So
well,
then my people in the middle to say.
But my point to you, sir, though, is because you said the far left, and I'm asking you, see, people, I know full-on communists, right? They don't want this perception of borders. They just don't want people to be dehumanized. They want people's rights to be prioritized because we care about human rights. So when you say the far left wants open borders, you were told that that's what the far left wants. Now, again, individuals, sure, but we're talking about the collective. Okay? Do you think it's radical that I would want everybody in America to have access to health care?
No, absolutely not. But how do you go about it?
Okay, we can talk about that later. We can talk about the mechanisms behind it later, but that's not radical, is it?
In my view, no. But the way it was done the last time, and wait a minute, the way it was done the last time is, well, you make this money, so you pay this much, and you make this much money. You get the same insurance, but you just don't pay as much as this person does. That ain't right.
No, that's not what the argument was. Again, no, it's not. Well, let's not go too down deep into the weeds. Let's just talk about where we can find some common ground. Okay? Do you believe that? Hold on. It's okay. Hold on. Second. It's all good. Hang on.
Right.
Do you believe that we have a housing shortage in our country, and we should be able to address the fact that housing is too expensive and we don't have enough of it? Would you agree with that?
Yes, I would.
Okay, so that's common ground. Do you believe that rich people are making too much money on the backs of the middle class?
No, I do not.
Don't believe that. So why don't you?
Do not, because I'll tell you, because people do what they. If a guy's out, I don't care. Pick any random person. If a guy's out working 40, 60, 80 hours a week, builds a business, turns him into a millionaire, you know what? He did what he needed to do to get to where he was at. If you're a lazy ass that's sitting at home on your couch, and
okay, but why did you hold on, get outside. Hold on.
Okay,
Wait.
Okay.
Wait. Why did Okay, you just hold on, bro. Hold on. You just kind of proved my point. So why did you say? Because listen, I'm a middle class guy who owns my own business. I realize that I would not have been able to start my own business without other people. So there are billionaires. Would you agree that there are billionaires in our country who didn't do anything? It's generational wealth. They didn't build anything.
But again, somebody in that family did.
Get outside. Hold on a second, man. I'm just asking. Stay in this conversation, all right? You're doing good.
No,
just stay with me. Hold on, bro. Hold on. Take a deep breath. Stay with me in this conversation, okay? So we can't, because you chose to demonize people who aren't billionaires. That's not how you find. You did. You called them lazy ass. You called them lazy ass.
I know plenty of people that are lazy asses, and they're bitching about, well, I don't have this and I don't have that, and so-and-so's got everything.
We're not talking about them. What was the question that I asked you?
Make too much money.
No, that's not what I said.
Too much money.
I said
right, go ahead.
That's not what I said. Okay? Listen again to the question. Do you feel like billionaires should still be advantaged on the backs of the middle class?
So tell me what you mean by advantage.
Every single time that tax policy has been written by a Republican, the overwhelming majority, this is not opinion, friend. These are the facts, okay? Every single time that tax policies have been written by Republicans, it has always advantaged the rich. Corporate tax. Okay. Let me finish. I'm not done. Let me finish.
Okay.
Corporate tax rates have been cut. Deficits have ballooned. The debt has ballooned. And it's always on the backs of the middle class. So again, I will ask you, should we continue to hand out corporate subsidies, because the biggest recipients of welfare in our country are corporations and the rich, because they get tax breaks, they get write-offs, they don't get taxed on their revenue, they get benefits from capital gain protections. So why should they continue to acquire more wealth on the backs of the middle class?
Okay, so let me ask you this question. So
answer that one. No, you're not. We don't answer questions. We don't wait. We don't answer questions with questions.
Okay. No,
we don't.
That's fine.
It's answer the question. Just ask you.
You got to keep the corporate tax rate down, or else more companies will do like they all do and leave. Now, you've been
told that, my guy. You've been told that for 50 years. Has it ever happened?
I'm not. Absolutely, it has. I remember when NAFTA was passed, and NAFTA said, "Oh, we got to pass NAFTA because it's going to keep prices low." And
it's not true, though. See, this is what I'm talking about. Can we go back? Can we go back? I want you to get out. Get out. Listen, bro. Hold on. We're the same age. I want to go back to the question that I answered, that I asked you, that you haven't answered yet. Please, can you get off your speaker because it's hard for the chat to hear you? Okay, talk to me because it sounds muted. I don't know if you're on the new Patriot Mobile, but something's going on there. I want you to answer the question that I'm asking you. Do you think it's fair?
I think it's fine. Yes, I do.
Okay, let me ask again. So you think it's okay that corporations and the rich get tax benefits on the back of the American taxpayer, the middle class primarily?
Absolutely,
you're okay with that?
Because they provide jobs. Yes, I do. Because they
don't,
jobs.
though. They don't.
The more money, they provide jobs.
They don't.
Okay.
You know that. So how? So do you? So
okay,
who do you think provides? Hold on. I'll ask you a question. Hold on. Who do you think provides? So for the purpose of this conversation, we're going to identify as small businesses as less than 250 employees. Who do you think provides more jobs in America? Corporations or small businesses?
Small businesses.
99%. 99% of jobs. Not done. 99% of jobs in our country are provided by small businesses, which defeats your entire argument about corporations being job creators. They are not. I have been studying this for 30 years, my friend, and you are sadly a victim of the lie. You probably believe that trickle economics works too, right?
I'm not really sure. Yes and no.
It doesn't. It's a lie. It's never worked.
Let me ask you some questions. I've sat here and I've patiently answered your questions.
Can you please get off your speaker, though? It's hard to hear you, my guy. Just get off your speaker.
I'm on a hands-free.
Well, it's the same problem. We can't hear you. That would be your speaker, hands-free. So can you just maybe do that so we can hear you better? Because I want to have this conversation. Okay?
Hang on. It might drop me out of here. I got to go.
There you go. Come on back. I know hands-free is a speaker.
Hang on, did this come? Can you hear me? Is that better?
That's better. That's better. That's fine. Okay. All right. So, your claim was that corporations are job creators. We just addressed the fact that 9% of jobs created in our country come from small businesses, which are less than 250 employees. So he left. I was testing out my theory, and you noticed it was working? Some common ground on things, right? He wanted to go down the road. He wanted to lean in onto the stuff that makes it safe for him to talk about. And that wasn't necessary. Didn't have to do that. It's unfortunate. I tried. Keep tapping. Iowa, how are you today?
Guten Morgen, Herr Fax. Wie geht's, mein Freund?
Good to see you. How's it going?
I'm all right. Couple things real quick. It was really, really funny. I actually put a request in right before you brought up your previous guest, and he literally highlighted a few of my points that I wanted to make. You're one of the very few lives that I actually will participate in anymore. Simply for the fact trying to argue with them is pointless.
Yeah.
Long story short, I wanted to really kind of point out a thing. You asked where all the voters went from Obama to Trump, and
why they went.
Sure.
Yep.
And one of the biggest reasons, in my opinion, is Bernie Sanders. DNC treated Bernie because if you look at the numbers, Bernie was exceptionally popular with our base, including the progressives.
Oh, yeah.
Now, what happened?
You don't have to tell me. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
And I was all in his camp. I actually campaigned for that man. So we lost a lot of those people, quite literally. They either voted directly for Donald Trump, they went and voted for Jill Stein, which, by the way, where she decided to again, will she pop up again? She's kind of like Groundhog Day, but on a 4-year cycle. But
true,
we've never got those people back.
I call her the cicada I call her the cicada candidate, by the way. Anyway,
perfect. No, that's actually a really good analogy. But I don't think we've ever gained those people back, as far as those progressives, especially the youth.
I don't disagree with you from a feelings perspective, but from the exit, what we know was they identified some of the reasons they left Obama because they thought the same things that Obama offered them, Trump was going to offer them. So it wasn't just about the Bernie coalition leaving. It was about some specifics. It was about economic feudalism. It was about feeling that they were economically left behind, that they were politically ignored, that they were working class voters that showed up and they felt like the party had moved away from them. So there's a combination of things there, but it wasn't, yes, no doubt about it, left out because they supported Bernie, but there's more to it than just that, right? There's some things that we can address if we're willing to change some of our messaging by going after. Again, not MAGA. I'm going to be very clear. I'm not talking about going after MAGA. I'm talking about going after people who were Obama voters and then went to Trump. Margins are small, friends. We're talking a couple 100,000 votes in swing states here. It's not going to take much.
Well, and it's the thing with Hillary. I mean, if you look at the actual numbers, I mean, we were what, 250,000 votes away? I mean, that's a razor thin margin. It really is.
Exactly. So same thing this time. It's the same thing this time.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where, trying to move the needle, and I know you have a lot of very intelligent followers that are in this chat right now, and I do listen and watch several of their lives. I just cannot participate. If you're going to bring a MAGA up and talk with them, it's a waste of time and effort. If we're going to move the needle, we've got to go after the people that didn't show up to vote. Now,
agreed.
What you've been preaching to is what I agree with, is our messaging has sucked, and it's sucked for the last three, honestly, the last 3 election cycles. Democratic messaging is pathetic. Now, I had a really interesting scientific article I read here recently, and it was really delving into the literal makeup of minds between conservative-leaning people and liberal-leaning people, and there are stark, fundamental differences in just the actual brain structure of those people.
Oh, so, yeah, absolutely.
It's interesting how it affects our line of thinking, our logic, and even our emotional responses. So it's interesting because I will say this about Donald Trump. He is a fantastic messenger. He is he's tapped into their feelings, that primal gut visceral reaction that he gets from his base is amazing.
Correct.
Now, part of that thing, and you and I are going to be lockstep here, our education system is one of our biggest faults. Okay. And I can say, in my opinion, from Reagan moving forward, you can see the systematic attack on our public education by the Republicans. It is crystal clear. Now, what's disgusting, and you brought it up earlier, I don't know, maybe 15, 20 minutes ago, about civics. How many times have we argued how our government actually works?
Yeah. Don't even get me started. We have to play I'm Just a Bill to remind people how it works.
Oh my God, yeah, Schoolhouse Rock. I mean, if we had that back today, I mean, we might actually turn some brains on, but who knows? But perfect case in point, this argument right now that, you installed Harris. Well, tell me you don't know how a primary works without telling me you don't know how a primary works. Because even with a primary, you're not actually voting for a candidate. You're voting for delegates. They go to the convention and they select the candidate. Then in the general election, then you, aka generic U.S. citizen, you then have a right and a choice to vote for a candidate at that time. Now,
absolutely correct.
Really, really interesting is that the RNC said that for the candidates to earn the nomination, they attend 2 out of the 3 debates. Donald Trump attended 0 debates.
I think they changed when they put Laura Trump in as the vice chairperson. I think they attempted to change the bylaws on that. But I think either way, I think that whether or not he didn't attend based on the rules or they changed the rules to support him is bullshit. But you're exactly right. You're exactly right.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but by definition, doesn't that mean Donald Trump was actually involved as the candidate?
In theory, and that's exactly the argument that you're making, right? Whether they changed the rules to support him because they knew he couldn't debate on the stage or he violated the rules, either way it would make him installed as their candidate.
Correct.
Yep.
That it's what I really truly have said in months, and I know you've heard me say this before. The only thing the GOP has is hypocrisy and projection. That's it.
But it works. But
you're right.
Win elections.
It's effective. And
correct.
I'm going to date
drives
myself.
Me crazy.
I'm going to date myself. Do you remember the show Newsroom?
Oh yeah, love that show.
Yeah. Do you remember the speech Jeff Daniels' character had where he was basically kind of a middle of the road independence, situation where there was obviously a right winger and a winger, and he's like, why do you always lose when he's talking to the liberals? You're right, you're correct, but you always lose. And it's just, again, it boils down to the messaging. And this last guest you just had before I leave illustrated a perfect point. And it ties back into my point about education. There is no left wing in the United States of America. There are people that are left wing, don't get me wrong, but there is no left wing that's in power in this country. You have center-right Democrats, and you have extreme
conservatives,
fascist conservatives. So,
well, you have conservative. I mean, like I always talk about. You've probably heard me talk about this before, Iowa. I believe you are either a progressive or you are a conservative, and I would label conservative Democrats, the Joe Biden Democrats, as part of as conservative, right? They're the ones that are still holding on to their corporate donors. They're still the ones that do not want to rob the apple boat. And then there are progressive, the people out here that are willing to do everything we can to get universal health care and to fund public education. So I think that there's, to your point, there is no radical left unless you believe that health care for everyone is radical. So
yeah, and part of the problem is, and I think you'll agree with me on this, is the real issue is that the right, the Conservative Party, the Republicans, have gone so far right, and I will argue that they've full on fascist. They have gone so far to the right that anything to the left of them, including a center, looks like a radical leftist, and that's the problem. They don't understand a political spectrum. They don't understand what actual communism is, or socialism, or Marxism, and they certainly don't know what fascism is because they're fully fucking supporting it, despite the hypocrisy of saying that, hey, we want, a party of small government. So, man, miss me with bullshit.
Well, you're right. So somebody said the Overton window. Yeah, the Overton window is shifting right because liberals and the status quo DNC has allowed it to fucking happen. Because we've allowed them. Yeah, we've allowed them to take messaging from us for no reason other than what you talked about before, Iowa. Apathy, unwillingness to get involved, not willing to primary candidates, not willing to run for office, all these kinds of things. And I'm hoping that maybe this conversation today will remind folks that it doesn't have to be that way. We don't have to keep it like that. Hold on. Sorry.
Yeah, I had a conversation in the chat with one of your followers on that exact point. I'm like, the Democrats haven't shifted to the right. We've literally been drawn to the right because of the fact they've gone so far right. We didn't have a choice. I mean, the scales were tipped. We're going to slide downhill anyways. That's just the way it is. Before I leave, I'm going to. Politics is like driving a car. If you want to move forward, you put it in D. If you want to go backwards, you put it in R.
Well said, Iowa. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you. Have a good day.
Have a good one.
I love that. Right? D for forward, R for reverse. I believe that democracy is not a spectator sport. You know, it's activism is a muscle. All these cliches that we use, right? You know, he brings up a lot of really good points in that conversation we just had about how, and I believe that I've said this for a very long time. We've allowed most of these things to happen, right? You know, people not showing up to vote. You guys know how I feel about people who don't participate in our democracy. You don't have a voice, and it really bothers me that members of marginalized groups who are incredibly potent and powerful from an activism perspective, who are out there, you're going to rallies, but they could not bring themselves to vote because they allowed themselves to fall into the same trap of the system, right? Not willing to say, okay, because of the purity tests that we put our candidates through on the left, everything has to be perfect. We're not going to win elections if everybody keeps thinking that way. You know, we people are going to have our faults, and we want people to have our faults, right? We want to be able to focus on the things that we should be identifying as opportunities. But this purity test is just not going to work. We're going to continue to lose. IEP, how are you this morning?
I'm okay. I was wondering if I could share a call to action about an independent journalist that was attacked in Colorado.
Sure.
Okay, so I have in my pinned video, I'm friends with the Rise Up America guys. They're independent journalists. Alejandro was attacked after racial slurs were thrown at him. He is a person of color. He is currently in the hospital. This happened June 10th while he was taping the protests in Denver, Colorado. They're asking for a peaceful assembly if anyone's near the courthouse in Denver, Colorado, as the attacker is being charged with assault instead of attempted unaliving. And there's also a GoFundMe in my link tree to help pay for his medical bills, as they are completely out of this world. And this was a life-changing injury. Sorry, I'm getting a little emotional. So a life-changing injury. It was a head injury. So if anybody could share Alejandro's story, if you're in Denver, Colorado, show up on the 18th to demand proper charges be placed against the assailant. It would mean so much to all of us that care about him.
Thank you, Mama, for letting us know. Reach out to one of our mods and we can maybe get a little bit more information. Or mods, would you mind reaching out to our friend Mama here and maybe we can get a little bit more information and we can talk about it a little bit more. But thank you for bringing that story to our attention. I appreciate you.
Thank you. I appreciate you and all the work you do. We got to protect everyone, and especially our independent journalists of color.
Hear, hear. Thank you. Appreciate you. Have a good day. As we were just talking about this, and thanks, Jessica, for popping this in here. So here's some polling numbers, like what we've been talking about today, right? How we are represented. Our members of Congress, for the most part, do not represent the will of the people. Case in point, 81% of Americans want the Trump administration to comply with federal court orders, while 19% say the administration should ignore the rulings of the court. 31% of Americans think the country's on the right track, while 58% say we're on the wrong track. And 42% of Americans approve of the job Trump is doing as president. 42%. So we have the data and democracy on our side. What we don't have is a willingness of people to do something about it. Good morning, Victoria.
Good morning. How are you?
How you doing? I'm well.
I'm good.
How's it going?
Pretty good, just doing my liberal job as well as campaign related things. I decided I requested when you had, I think it was Iowa up, and this, you and I have talked about this extensively of this pure test that goes on the left of you have to hit tick certain boxes. If you don't tick those boxes, you're not electable. We're not going to vote for you. And I find this even as a candidate, it's really interesting. I don't know if I told you that I had the vote held over my head for a personal conversation at this point. That is something that's happened. It's very common. And basically I was just holding this person accountable for wanting me to entertain schnazis. They wanted me to reach across the aisle and entertain them. And I was like, look, I hear what you're saying. I personally don't think that that's worth it. One, the numbers show, like, because we talked about it yesterday on your show, that even though I lost the election, the numbers show that there was growth within the party. Like, there was growth within my district, and I was able to gain more numbers. And this person, was like, well, you're always attacking voters. And I was like, what? What are you talking about? And when we really dissected what they were saying, they wanted me to entertain racism. They wanted me to entertain transphobia. They wanted me to entertain these things. And this person is also a marginalized community, as they identify as trans. And it was just one of those conversations where I realized that they were looking for, it was a purity test. It was, oh, if you don't believe exactly like I believe, I'm not going to vote for you. And I'm like, well, that's not going to play out well for you in our community and whatnot. But like, you do you. And you find this across the party. I'm a mom. I have two tiny humans. People don't like the fact that I would continue to have my job, whatnot. And it just speaks to that greater issue going on within the Democratic Party, is that we're not immune to the same, call outs that happen on the right. The only difference between us and the right is we will not support that person if they fall below that mark. The right will. They'll fall in line every day and twice on Sunday. But Democrats will be
Can I challenge that? Can I challenge that a little bit? The question is, what's the line? So if somebody says, and I'm playing devil's advocate here. If somebody says something inappropriate, it seems like what the left has done recently is that's it, their career's over. Mm-hmm. That's the purity test that I'm talking about, right? That's the purity test. I'm not talking about the disgusting things that every day we open the news and some Republican is accused and or found guilty of dividing kids. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about something that would be considered questionable and or politically incorrect. And so where's the line? This is kind of the point, right? If we are looking for perfection, what's the quote? In your quest for perfection, you ignore the good or you miss the good, right? We're not perfect. We're fucking humans. We're going to make mistakes. And I think it's okay to hold people accountable. But if there's one misstep, it seems like the left has just given up on that person. Yeah. And I think that's different. It's going to be hard to win elections. You know what I mean?
It is really going to be hard to. And I think to your point, this is where I was on another live, and I said this, and I was like, this is where we need to differentiate. One, we need to see how the person responds. Steve has witnessed me being corrected on a live and watched how it's corrected. If anything, that should be you should see how the person responds to being corrected. Second, if the person does 99 good things and one bad thing, should we drop them off? Like, should that be the thing that we say, okay, we should address that thing depending on what that issue is and how they take accountability and how they receive being corrected. But the other side of that is if someone does 99 bad things and they do one good thing, I mean, that's what you cling to. That's a more and character issue that is not on us to try and figure out. That says way more about the person making those decisions than it does about the person who's out there doing 99 bad things. I mean, the greatest example of this is, what about the good things Schindler did? Like, there are good things that he did. However, there's nothing good about him. Nothing.
No, there's nothing good. No. Victoria, there's nothing good that he did. There's nothing good that he did. I'm not going to accept that premise. Yeah. So there's nothing good that he did.
Yeah, there's nothing good. And like that, I've heard that argument before as an example. And like one of the things they bring up, well, he created the Autobahn. Yeah. He also, how did he create it? How did he do that? It's like those are those conversations. And he's a really good example of utilizing, because we all feel polarized towards him. At least we should, because I didn't realize that, the right had already started simping for him as well, unsurprisingly. But like, this is that fit. This is that purity test. It's like, I tell people all the time, I'm not going to be perfect. I am not going to be the perfect representative. I already know that. I was like, please lower the bar, because I'm still learning. I'm still unpacking. I'm still doing those things. The difference is can you vet me and see all the things that the content I've put out here? Yes, you know where I stand on things and how my brain is going to respond to different things.
I think an example. Now, I think if people think back on that, right, we know that there was a picture, right? Where there was a picture. The person who was in the picture said that they didn't care. So in an attempt, now I'm going to just let me get this thought out. In an attempt to say that we stand for protection against women and what we saw was unacceptable. Again, big picture thinking. Is anybody aware of the amount of legislation that Al Franken was involved in to defend the rights of women in the workplace and or prioritize SNAP benefits for his state? Is anybody aware of that? This is what I'm talking about. If everything is going to have to go through the purity test filter, everything, we're not going to win elections. We're just not, because no one's perfect. No one is perfect. We've got to be able to look at the entire picture. Everybody's going to have their line, and I get it. Privileged white man, it's easy for me to say. Everyone is going to have their line. But what is the goal? Is the goal to run everybody through someone's individual purity test and their purity filter? Or is our goal to say, that person's not perfect, but they align with just about everything that I want? And I didn't like what they did. I'm going to hold them accountable. I'm going to ask them about it at a town hall. I'm going to wait for their answer. Or I'm going to write to them and say, that's acceptable. I hope you know that. And then address their response. If they don't respond and they don't accept their criticism, that's a different conversation. But he was contrite. He's like, I shouldn't have done it. He resigned. He stepped away gracefully. We're not going to win, friends. We're not going to win if we continue to do this.
But it's like another modern day example I think about. Nobody gave a shit that Bill Clinton got a happy ending in the Oval Office. Nobody really personally did not care. What we cared about is he lied about it.
Correct.
Like, we cared. Was it right? Was that whatever? Yeah, but no. All those things. So, like, those things aside, we cared that he lied. And, like, that is going to be the fit. And you're right. Like, this purity test is going to, it's a make or break type thing. And so I empower every voter, every person here who's listening, because, Facts always says he's got the smartest chat in the world. You have to determine how you want to proceed, because we as candidates, I can speak to this, I have to not only appeal to a progressive voter, I have to appeal to a moderate voter. And it's not always going to sound right. And I have to figure out what kind of voter they are with either questions that they're asking or just being in the room with them. Working class issues work. Bernie Sanders messaging works. That doesn't change the fact that I'm not going to appease that. So, public transportation. Which bus are you getting on? Where are you trying to go? You're not buying the house. It's not permanent. Hop on the bus. Don't vote for cicadas because we don't like them. Don't vote for, Tangerine Palpatine because, like, that's not representation you want. You want the public transportation on the get you closest to where you're trying to go. Yep. I might be that person. I might not be that person. I don't know. But I think that this is a conversation that needs to be, I think this needs to be something that we really address as a party, because we're seeing some factions breaking off, and it will either make or break us.
Well said, friend. I appreciate you being here today. Anything you want to promote?
No. Have anything today. If you are in the District 4 area, I've got 2 events in Murfreesboro, Tennessee this weekend. I've got Pride as well as Juneteenth. At Pride, I will have a booth. At Juneteenth, I will just be hopping booths with some of the locals, some of the other organizations that I work with there. So please come out and say hello, because I would love to see you, hug you, get a picture. Maybe not a hug because it will be really hot this weekend. But yeah, that's it. Stay hydrated, guys. Blue, blue.
Thank you. Love you, friend. See you later.
Love you. Bye.
Yeah, and I saw the comments. I disagree a little bit with Victoria in regards to Bill Clinton. I believe was abuse of power, but I think the point that she was making was relevant. It was about the fact that he was dishonest and lied and was impeached for it. That's a different conversation. But so look, we're all going to have our own lines. We're all going to have them. If we are going to, in my opinion, if we are going to take America back from fascism, because we are there, in my opinion, we're going to ask ourselves some hard questions on the left, right? We're going to have to ask ourselves some questions. I'm not suggesting that you forego your beliefs and your values, but can they be pressed? Can they be challenged a little bit? Can you be willing to say, you know, that didn't make me feel so hot, but I believe in what this particular policy is, and I believe in, you know, I think about the person who was just, sadly, Hartman, I believe is her name, who was just recently assassinated, political violence. She had to sign a budget bill that she didn't agree with, but she felt more people were going to be harmed in her state if she didn't. And those are the conversations sometimes you have to make in politics. You know, politics is not a spectator sport. You've got to be involved. So if you are going to ask yourself a question, right? If you're going to ask yourself a question to say, how far am I willing to go? Then ask that question. But if you're going to sit there and identify one thing because one person said something you didn't agree with, then it's game over, friends. Because the right supports everything. And we don't have to go that far. It's not easy. I get it. But we don't have to go. We don't need to do what they do. And we never will. But if something makes you feel a little bit like, I wish they hadn't said it that way. I saw somebody make a comment about Jasmine Crockett, that she might have said something that was perceived as transphobic. Was it? Okay. I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about. I don't want to hear that. It's unfortunate. Is that going to be the line for you, though? If you remember that community, I get it. I understand. I get it. I'm not talking about compromising with the right. I'm talking about compromising within our own party, within people who are on the left. I'm a progressive. I'm a member of the Vermont Progressive Parties. I can generally say that I am a true progressive. But what are we going to do? What are we going to allow? Because fascism has won and we let it happen. I don't want people to feel so entitled with their vote that you ignore the greater good. So I hope today what we went through is at least an opportunity for me to think. Like I said, I'll clean up my thoughts and I'll put them in our Discord. We'll make sure they end up in the general chat and our resources. Take it what you will. Thank you, everybody, for being here. We'll be back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern time. Couple things. We are crowdfunded. Anything you do here to support the channel, if you appreciate the work that we do, there's ways to support us. You either by subscribing, or by gifting, or by using the pay apps that are above my head. We also have our Discord. Please consider joining our Discord. And just as another reminder, any of the Sound of Children Screaming t-shirts that are sold between now and Friday will go directly to Brett and Nikki Cross in support of their move out of El Balde. Programming note. Thursday is Juneteenth. I'm not going to do a show that day because I believe that Black voices should be focused, should be supported and propped up that day. So I'm not going to live that day in support of our friends in the Black community, specifically as they recognize and we recognize Juneteenth. It's a little thing that I can do, but that's all I'm going to do on Thursday is to take the day and allow Black voices to be heard. Thank you, friends, for being here. I love you all very, very much. We're going to raid. Let's raid today. Let's raid Mo. Actually, let's raid Johnny. Johnny was kind enough to be part of the battle that I did last night with Pickles and No Rad.